Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another amazing stream presented by Lidoma Asia. This is going to be the open challenge of SA versus SEA region of PUBG Mobile. To be honest, we have seen a lot of amazing days. I guess 7 good days of this particular tournament has already been passed, but your storytellers for the day are going to be Raider and my amazing co-caster Darshita will be here as well. So Darshita, are you excited for the day? Because this is great. Grand finale is day number 2 and I guess just 2 more days are left after this day happens. So I guess the competition has escalated a lot, but what is your take onto this?
We've been talking about this a lot, right? Since the day one itself, the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and now the grand finals. We've been talking about the grand finals so much. Right now, it's the
Yeah.
race for the prize pool. Right now, it's the race for the title itself, the bragging rights itself. So it's going to be
Mm-hmm.
very, interesting overall. But as talking about the prize pool, we have the distribution right here. The champions who will be getting the title and the bragging rights will be taking with themselves 750 USD. On the second place, we have 300 USD. Third, we have 200. Fourth and the fifth position, we haven't at all forgotten you guys. You got 100 USD in your pockets and the
Yeah.
MVP. I mean, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, we've been talking about it a lot. But the person who's been the most valuable throughout the tournament was given his all best and has got so much of energy, so much of everything for his team, gets 50 as well. On the other side, talking about the point system, I mean, it's a good one to be honest, but teams from the 9th to the 20th position, I really feel sad for them. I mean, right, starting from the 5th position itself,
Yeah.
because it's not that much of point that you're having, right?
Yeah, definitely. If you really want to make a serious dent when it comes to the point system, when it comes to your positioning in the leaderboard, I really believe that being in the top 3, top 4 positions is something that you can cherish. But other than that, definitely the suppression of the points are going to be there. For example, look at 5th position, just 3 points, 6th position, 2.7 to 81 points. And for those teams which are going to be there from 9th to 16th or 18th position or 20th position, they're not going to get even a single points in their favor when it comes to their placement points. But yes, every single innovation, every single frag that you collect according to your team is going to grant you one good point in your leaderboard. So that is something which is absolutely mesmerizing. But let's talk about our grand finalists. We have BTR, the Red Ulans are here. We have STALWART Esports, A1NB, Infinity, Sem9, the Xavier, MEBETEX, NB Esports, IHC, Formical Vibes, Badnam Esports, or should I say, BN United, T2K, Train to Kill, that means Sora Esports, VOIN, DRS, Playbook Esports. I'm so happy to see this list, to be honest, because all of the fan favorite teams are already here. I don't know which are the 2 particular fan favorite teams. I'll get that information from the back end, but don't worry, guys. The top 14 teams from the semi-finale are already here, and apart from that, 2 good teams of the qualified situations from your perspective, like the fan favorite teams, are also here. It could be DRS if I'm not wrong, because their position was not that strong when it comes to the semi-finale. So I really believe DRS is going to be one of those teams which have been the fan favorite team. But when it comes to the overall standing, I do believe that Formical Vibes is doing wonders at this point. They've secured so many amazing points. They've got 45 approx points in their favor, and they are already looking forward to become the table toppers of the leaderboard. But on the hindsight, we have MEBETEX, the Xavier also tussling around in the leaderboard. So I do feel like that this competition, or should I say, day number 2 is just going to be very, very interesting. This day is one of those days where you have learned how the lobby has performed in the previous day, that is day number 1 of the grand finals, and then eventually the teams are going to put their 110% today so that they can make
Yeah.
a serious lead in the favor, and eventually that serious dent is there in the leaderboard. Then they can outperform every other team in the later 2 days as well. Remember, guys, every single day is going to be crucial, because when we talk about the leaderboard, this is the final one. There is no second chances after this, because either you are going to crown as the champion or you are going to be like one of those top 16 teams. That's all.
Well, now talking about Team Infinity, I do see them at the 13th position, whereas Team 4MV that they are going up against is sitting on the top with 45 total points for themselves. So this fight has to be an important one for the sides of Team Infinity, as if they get eliminated here on, it's going to be very difficult. And eventually to start things off on the map of Erangel and getting eliminated at such an early stage, I feel it's going to be very sad for them. So Team Infinity, they need to be very careful. Even one wrong decision from here on can just take their life away and can take those points away from them. At the same point of time, you see some bullets have started to exchange as well, some fire shots have started to exchange, so it means that it's the start of the fight. DRS, there's gonna be one player being taken down from the sides of VOIN, which means VOIN, it's not looking good for them as well. A lot of early clashes that I do see coming up here, which I did not actually expect, to be honest. I mean, Coming down to grand finals, I did expect player teams to play a bit safer this time and to actually wait for the right opportunity, right moment to turn things into a fight. But in the start itself, we do see a lot of fights happening. At the same point of time, you see the distance between these both teams. That's Team Infinity on the other side, 4MV, if I'm not wrong. They do have a distance of more like 2,000 meters from the play zone itself. So they need to make sure to start this early fight, or either just disengage out of this fight and make their way inside the play zone, as it's just the first zone. But again, the positioning inside the zone, it's gonna matter a lot, Raider.
Well, definitely have to see how your placement points are going to be cherished, because again, you talk about the military base vicinity. We do see two good giants fighting against each other. They are coming up with some smokes and other utils. But on the hindsight, if we talk about Milta region, we do have another fight coming in. Rules finds one, and that's Maxius, who has been taken on from VOIN Esports. Was not expecting that elimination to come in, to be honest. But yeah, at the end, the result is pretty clear that TRS is just looking a bit more superior when it comes to the Milta factory region, Milta region, to be honest. But if we talk about Formaical Vibes, again, this is the home drop for, like, let's say, past 1.5 years for Formaical Vibes, and they are very good at it. But yes, there have been a number of times where this particular team has been on the back foot. I would love to see DRS, to be honest, because yes, DRS is doing the heavy lifting at this point in the Milta region. They have taken down two good players, I believe, one good molly with a spray. But Infinity's players like Logan are there. We have DRS once again coming into the picture. Killer, Rule, Soji, Gyante, Delta, all are there. And after playing the All-Stars from Nepali region, this particular team is already there with the experience of an official IP once again in, I guess, let's say, the latest span of time. But on the hindsight, if I talk about 2v4 type of situation, I believe VOIN is going to struggle. Is it a 2v4 or is it a 1v4? Because yeah, the second member of VOIN Esports has already been taken down, so he's down to his knees. He's waiting for a revival, which is obviously not going to come, because that will be a suicidal move coming in for that guy. The last man standing, Jace. Okay, he's very good when it comes to the last quarter fights in his favor, and I'm definitely counting on it. But BTR versus STALWART Esports, well, this will be interesting. Whenever we go to that, it will be very interesting to see what time and RB has been taken down. This is just looking very challenging for STALWART Esports as well. On the hindsight, MERICAL Vibes loses their biggest assaulter. The Doc has been taken down from their perspective, and Zay also gets picked off. It's all about Jace, and yes, his position is kind of revealed, I believe, and the players are trying to focus on it. But IHC also coming up with a third party between BTR and STALWART Esports. This will change everything. This will change the dynamics of this beautiful tournament with this beautiful map, to be honest. But it's a 1v3 situation. The players are pushing. Nizar also gets picked off. It's done, man. It's done. A 1v1 comes in. Oh, is it going to be a 1v3? No, not at all. Well, definitely Delta was taken down, but the other guy, Killer YT, as we all know, was the global MVP in the past beautiful IPs of like, let's say, official events. At that point, yes, we have seen Killer YT how aggressive he can be, and that's exactly what he's trying to outtrend for now. But I would love to see IHC versus BTR versus STALWART Esports. That is happening for now, and there you go. Alex finds one, and at the same point, he has been traded off.
Oh, it's looking very difficult for now. IHC is into a lot of problems. Look at that. Two players are already down to the ground, and it's all down to two, Godless and Demo, to actually clutch things off. On the sides of... Oh!
Bro.
Look at those perfect nades coming up from the sides of IC. He shuts one player down. He completely eliminates one of them. Now, this has to be a very deadly move. IC, though his name is so cold, but his moves ain't as cold as his name. That was a pin perfect grenade, and now things are not looking good. IHC, it's all down to Demo being the last surviving player, and the best of the decision that he could take right now is to get out of the situation. But he is moving towards the players of STALWART Esports. But now STALWART Esports, they've got 4 onto their name, and they have lost one of their players, which I feel is completely an okay deal to start things off. I mean, coming down to a third party as well, coming down to players being taken off and getting frags in return, STALWART Esports is actually looking good. But IHC, Demo, the last player to survive out of the situation, I feel this is going to be a very deadly move. He is going in for those fights. He is not giving a care about what will happen, as it's a 1 versus 3 situation. Demo, this can be very risky. I do see vehicles being rotated from his end, and this can just take his life away. All that Demo can do right now is go in for that survival perspective as well. I mean, he just has a chance to survive and get his team some survival points as well. But if he goes in and calls that fight, STALWART Esports, it's going to be very difficult. Demo is still trying to make his way towards those compounders, still trying to trying to gain those information. Oh no, there's two players. He knows there's two. He knows there's two. He finds one out of Rishu. He shuts him down. But that's all he could find for right now. BTR onto the other side. I do see one player really nearby to that vicinity. But Demo, he has a vehicle to walk around with. VOIN eSports sad with the very team to get eliminated on the 15th rank. That's going to be VOIN eSports. 4MV gets eliminated. No way. Infinity just eliminated the team which is on the top right now. Demo.
Whoa.
Well, you started things off. You took one player from the sides of STALWART eSports down and you had to face this. Demo gets taken down as well, and that's going to put in elimination to one more team. 4MV, VOIN, and now to add on to this party, we have IHC as well getting eliminated, Raider.
Three big giants have already been slayed. That does mean that STALWART eSports is on a roll for now, because the momentum that is there from STALWART eSports, even after losing their fourth man, is just looking good. MABETEX eSports on the other corner is trying to be a bit more pushy on T2K. T2K's, I guess, fourth man is there in the bunkers, and he can take down one good player, but before that happens, obviously a 1v2 situation came in. Desert finds him with a Vector, which is again a very unconventional weapon, to be honest. But when we talk about the SA versus SC region, unconventional is the only thing that you will see, be it the grand finale, be it the quarterfinals, be it the elimination round as well. But on the hindsight, Wally finds one, but at the same point we have Rick getting eliminated. That's just not looking good for Team T2K, because again their positioning in the leaderboard is also something which is again going to be quite interesting, to be honest, because they've got the fourth position. They have not secured a chicken dinner. They had 32 points. This was one of those matches where they could have started with some, I guess, decent battle in the fight, but to be honest, things are not being that favorable for Team T2K as well. In the past scenario, in the semi-finals and also in the grand finals, they are struggling from the start, but they are still maintaining their own position in the leaderboard, which is kind of good for the Nepali giant. But BN United, let's see what they can bring to the table, because this is again a very interesting team. They're not that aggressive, to be honest, when we compare them to DRS or MERICAL Vibes or IHC. Well, out of these three teams, MERICAL Vibes and IHC is already done and dusted, so I guess their aggression didn't pay off in this particular matchup. On the hindsight, if we talk about BN United, as we can see, they're trying to flank out the players of DRS, and they do have a very beautiful insight on where the players could be, and this can actually in turn be a bit more favorable for BN United. But on the hindsight, we have Desert still doing the effective job of taking down the players with the Vector, but this will be an interesting fight. And there you go, T2K also gets eliminated at the, I guess, 12th position, which is again not going to give you even a single position points, and that too without a single elimination. I believe T2K went out way too early without any significant point, to be honest. So yeah, that is obviously going to decline their positioning, and on the hindsight, MABETEX, which was already quite strong in the second position of the leaderboard, is obviously going to move forward. But DRS's two good players has been taken down. Let's see what the other two are going to do, because again, BN United will now converge all in and put their all hands down in this particular fight, so that they can have the elimination, they can have the last laugh out of it.
Oh, things with DRS are not looking at all good right now. BN United is just raining havoc onto the players of Team DRS. Look at that. BN United has already made his way towards this compound, and now the zone is even going to get them into a lot of problems. So, BN United, if you want to end this, you need to do this very soon. And BN, they find one more with that nade. Oh no, it's not looking at all good for these players. Look at break. He is not even ready to put a break on what he is doing right now, and it all goes down to the last surviving player from the sides of DRS, if I'm not wrong, and he is just struggling to make a way out of the situation. A 1v3 is what the call is, and if he is able to take this off, I swear this is going to be the best one. Right now, finding himself inside those panic room, but DRS couldn't survive for any longer. Gets taken down from the sides of BN United, and that's the end for the domination of DRS in this specific map. To start things off, DRS was looking good and had 4 good eliminations out of their name, but again, coming down to a fight with BN United, it is not at all good for them. It all went down into vain. All the hard work, all the eliminations, all went out onto the vain, and now that they got eliminated on what, the 11th position, I don't feel they're gonna get any points, but hey, it's gonna be the sides of Team MAB Esports. They find one Team Aura onto the other side. There's gonna be a real good fight coming up. Team Aura, there's gonna be one single player who's Forma Air, who's been shut down, put down to his knees already, and now the players of Team Aura, they are just getting down into a lot of pressure. I mean, look, all the players all around, it's just so difficult for them to survive, and the player who was down to the ground gets eliminated completely, which means that now Team Aura is just left with 3 of their players surviving. They do have an option to make a way outside this fight or to just retaliate outside this fight, but they will be calling off this fight. They will be going in more close and they want to eliminate the sides of Team MAB, but will they get an opportunity to do that? Snap, his location has been compromised. He is being getting shot down from each and every side, and there's no way he could make a way out of this, and he gets denied once again. So Team Aura, it's not just about one, but the second player goes down as well. But what I'm scared of right now is the third party coming down to their way. MAB is already raining havoc onto the players of Team Aura, but look at the sides of STE as well. They any moment can make a way inside these fights and can deny both of these teams.
It's just not about the third party at this point, Darshita, because we do see red villains. That means BTR also coming into the player. So yeah, that is going to be very interesting. Boysil, he's very good and effective when it comes to the long range plays. And if we talk about Lepar, he's very good in the close quarter fight. So again, it's a very, I guess, tipsy-turvy moment for Team Aura Esports at this point. Despite of the efforts, they were unable to get any chunk out of these 4 amazing fights that were happening between BTR versus IHC versus STALWART Esports. So in that particular fight, yes, IHC has been taken down, but all of that massive chunk of the elimination went in the hands of STALWART Esports, irrespective of what BTR and Aura did in the backends. So all in all, I do feel like that MABETEX is also going to have a very good tough time for now, but Zero finds one from Team STALWART Esports as Risu has been taken down. But remember guys, MABETEX is way too far away to just go ahead and push there and then eventually get the eliminations. And also on the hindsight, we do see that STALWART Esports is ready with their own manpower. They're getting the revivals as soon as it's important, it's required. But I'm missing action today, to be honest. If action would have been there in the lobby, fights would have been a bit more quicker, because again, action is one of those players who is known to be very, very, very aggressive, but at the same point very effective as well. There is a very big difference between being effective and being aggressive, to be honest. Yes, you can showcase your aggression, but if that aggression is not effective, you are not going to get anything out of your beautiful lobby that you have joined in. But I do feel like that action is one of those players who is very good in terms of getting those points whenever the situation demands. But for now, when he is not there in the lobby, I do feel like that his teammates are going to cover his tracks. BN United on the other corner along with Sem9 are also trying to rotate. Even the Esports have got a beautiful shark. Sinister is already getting punched up. Well, definitely the damage is going to be there, no doubt in that. But Sem9, after dropping down directly into the water body, into the rivers, they're trying to get some good angles, and I think maybe BN United could be the one who is going to get some phase. And yeah, Porsche also coming to the play. Well, there you go. The space goes in onto the PUBG, but the connections were not that adequate. And BN United, somehow, out of the 4 guns peeking onto them, they still survive. They still are moving. And fingers crossed, they will be moving forward to have a very beautiful location in the favor. Sem9 on the other corner definitely is one of those teams which can get some good effective points in the later stages. But I do feel like that Sem9 can be shut down by either DXavier or teams like MABETEX, because they have got a very beautiful flank angle. And with the flank angle, they've got the height advantage as well into that fight.
Oh, I feel a bit scared for the sides of Team Aura right now. Look at their positioning. They've been stuck down between 2 teams, and now Aura is also down with just 2 remaining players for them. So it's going to be very, very difficult for them to make a way out of this water bodies. All they can do is just continue swimming and just get better at it right now, because it's actually very difficult to survive under 2 teams with 2 of your players standing. Rather than preferring positioning points is something they actually can go further with. But the sides of Team BTR as well, I don't think they are going to let them make a way out of this compound. On the same side, Team MAB once again raining havoc onto the other players out there. NB finds one onto Gojo. He shuts him down, but that's not going to be enough. SE is something. NB Esports is something that is into a lot of problems right now. And now it all goes down to one last remaining player who I don't think can make a way out of this entire situation. Look how he's been completely up with enemies all around him. And even if he tries to make a way out of this, he is just going to get shut down from anywhere. And that's something I was talking about. Desert finds one out of him and shuts down the sides of Team NB. Desert already has 3 eliminations out of him onto his name, which is just looking too good for, you know, his entire side. But for now, talking about the sides of MAB, the way they've been performing, they already have 9 eliminations out of their name. I still remember the top of the chart teams right now, 4MB with 45 total points, have been denied at an early stage, which means Team MAB out of this match can make their way onto the top itself and snatch away that throne that 4MB was holding a while ago. Sem9 on the other side, 3 players surviving, 1 player done fantastic already, and all he can do is give comms to his team entirely back there. But right now, they do have a good place inside the zone itself, but that's not so safe of a compound that we can talk about. It's the circle shrinking in as well. Stage 4 already here, and now these players are going to get into a lot of difficulties as we've been talking about the damages. But MAB Desert, no. Jiro finds himself down to the ground, and it all goes down to the 2 surviving players, Raider.
Yeah, last two good players surviving from their own corner. If I talk about A1 and B, K9 is going to be there with the AUG. That's a very unconventional weapon, and that too with a suppressor. I don't know what he's trying to come up with, but definitely have to see how he's going to pull his strengths and eventually get some good picks on BTR or maybe some other team which is trying to rotate back into the circle. Because again, the circle is 106 meters away, and that's a very big distance to cover up. And that too when we are talking about the sixth play zone, because multiple teams are going to be in your closer vicinity and they're going to be peeking onto you, maybe trying to take you down. And teams which are surviving for now are the top 9 teams of this current lobby for now, and I do feel like that STALWART Esports is just going to get the upper hand out of both MABETEX and also Aura Esports. And look at those nades which are going to get dumped over there, but Wally is pushing forward, gets the advantage, gets this IC name player, to be honest, out of the equation. And with that we are left with two good players from STALWART Esports. On the hindsight, if I talk about Aura, DO3 has been taken down. Hands for you, the guy who did a 1v4 in the semi-finale and also in the quarters is still surviving, but he's eventually going to get spotted, that's for sure. And there you go, the bullets coming in from Desert are just so effective and so fatal at the same point, but he gets spotted from Xavier. And yeah, there you go, the knockouts are coming in. Not a very good inside, but Wally, he's also about to get taken down. BTR, they are about to burst out the vehicle, and if that happens, obviously the elimination will be coming in. But let's see what Lepar is going to do, because again, Lepar is also trying to be very, very sneaky when it comes to the zone approach. Tam on the other corner survives, and Aura unfortunately gets eliminated at the 9th position. That means all the other teams which are still surviving in the lobby are going to get at least 1 or 2 points in their favor when it comes to the zone advantage. With Sem9, what will happen to you? Because yes, you were able to depart the particular team known as let's say Aura Esports, but even after that your position has been revealed, and same happens to even NB Esports, same is happening to Xavier. Multiple teams are surviving, but the fact is Xavier, BN United and Infinity, these are the 3 teams which are surviving with the highest manpower and can be very, very helpful for them. But K9 unfortunately is not going to make his way into the circle due to 2 factors. First of all, it is going to be the zone. Second of all, is going to be the multiple players which are peeking onto him. But at the same point, we did saw an unfortunate elimination of BTR. The red villains are already out of equation.
It's just looking so scary right now. I mean, look at how much mess it is already inside the zone itself. So many players all around, and anyone can just go down right now. DX already once again A1 and B Esports gets completely eliminated, and it all goes down to 6 remaining teams. That has to be MAB, DX, B, and Infinity, Sem9, and the sides of team STALWART Esports. But things for STALWART Esports are not looking good. So is the case with MAB. But look at them having 12 eliminations out of their name. I mean, what have you guys been doing? Raining havoc onto your enemies right now? It is just looking so good. But MAB right now, they need to be a bit careful. Even if they place themselves into the top 3, I feel that's going to be a good amount of bounce that they will have in the overall standings itself. So MAB staying safer at this point of time is going to help you a lot. But Desert is not just stopping out there. Look at him finding one more player. Now if he gets that, that's going to be the 13th eliminations already. So Xavier on the other side, they got 3 and they are trying to find the players of Sem9. Sem9 is already onto a lot of difficulties. I've been seeing them, near to that water bodies a lot of time. One player goes down, that's going to be one more frag on the sides of Xavier, but that's not about it. Look at that player getting completely eliminated. Domination what they are onto right now. But Desert with that angle, it's a bit scary for me. 6 frags, 6 eliminations he already has, but his location gets compromised. Pixels are what are visible right now, and from those pixels he just might get denied. But can he? Look at that position. Lamborghini out there. It is going to be very, very difficult. If he gets out and spots him, it's going to put an end to him. But Lamborghini on the other side spots him. Sem9, they do get eliminated, and it all goes down to the top 5 teams surviving. STALWART Esports on the other side with 2 players. It's going to be a close vicinity fight for them as well. Infinity on the other side. Xavier, 2 players down with that name, but that has to be an end for the sides of STALWART Esports as well, as they go down in the hands of Team Infinity. B and United, 2 players down to the ground. It all goes down to 2 remaining players as well. But Xavier, Desert, this lad is just crazy. He is not stopping. Even if you show a pixel out there, he will make sure to take you down. 7 solo frags. Desert is on fire right now, and he does not want to stop no matter what. He has got his team's almost 7 solo elimination, whereas the team is sitting up with 14 total elimination. This is just pure domination, Raider.
Definitely agreeing on your points, and also giving the hands down to the MEBETEX because of the consistency that Desert is trying to bring to the team, to be honest. Because MEBETEX from past 3 matches had 41 points, and this time they have already secured 14 good eliminations, and they're going to get at least 4 more points for the placement points if they are not going to survive to the top 3. So that's a very good job and done and dusted, because this is more than average of a performance that we really need. But I do feel like that BN United can have the upper hand at the end, or maybe it could be Infinity. But the way Infinity is surviving for now, I do believe the challenges are just going to be maximized for them, because they're on the edge. They have their position has been revealed, and that is why Infinity has to either go into the water body or maybe fight back through the other reasons. But MABETEX Esports, what he will do? Desert, the last man standing, definitely comes up with the smoke. But BN United, as I said, definitely having the height advantage is going to be the one fruitful team, and MABETEX with that is done and dusted. Yes, a commendable job coming from the corner. 18 good points. That's exactly what they needed. But on the hindsight, if we talk about BN United, now they are looking forward to have a beautiful chicken dinner of, like, let's say, 20 plus points in their favor. If that happens, it will be amazing. Porsche finds another one. That's Max LVD Skills, who is known as Shorty. Another one gets taken down. With that, the last man standing of Team Infinity is just going to struggle a lot, because obviously he has to breathe out. He has to come outside the water body, and whenever he does, his position is going to get revealed. And there you go, gets taken down. With that, we are left with just the last two teams. It is a battle between two big giants. The name is DX Xavier, and apart from that, we have BN United with a full 4-man power. So I believe 4-man power is something which can be fruitful for you. And there you go. Shot gets taken down. With that, we are left with Levi's, and Lamborghini is also there, but that nade could be effective. Well, there you go. Takes 50% of the HP. Oh, one of the nade who actually has been taken down. This one nade could change the trajectory of the fight. Let's see, is it going to be effective or not? Well, definitely the 30% damage was there, but still Levi's is going to survive. Soz is also waiting way too patiently. Lamborghini sitting beyond the water body is obviously giving the position cues, but there you go. A head-up confrontation coming in from Break. Breaks the momentum of the Xavier, and with that, Lamborghini will be the last one. Yes, gets spotted by Max LV. Takes him down. He's going to finish him off, but before that happens, Porsche with a beautiful cover from the back end manages to rip him apart, and with that, BN United, as I said, is going to become the winner chicken and team with at least, I believe, let's say 21 or 22 points in their favor. What a beautiful battle coming in from the team known as BN United. The Badnam Esports is actually looking very effective when it comes to the leaderboard as well. I would love to see what kind of a jump they are going to happen. They are going to bring to the table, but to be honest, the competition was just so surreal. And all of you guys who are watching the stream, make sure to like the stream and also subscribe to the channel, because I do see a lot of people here enjoying the stream but not liking the stream. Make sure to do it, because yes, your favorite teams are doing an exceptionally well job of, I guess, showing the carnage and also the strategies.
Oh, well, it's looking so good for the sides of BN United right now. But there's one player I like to highlight the most. Desert.
Sure.
Man,
Desert,
this solo lad, he is just so crazy. I mean, the last time we saw Desert, we were talking about him, he was up there. I mean, the entire team was up with 14 kills, the sides of team MAB. But this solo player, he was up with 7 solo kills, which is a lot in terms of fragging. You know, just going all crazy, just raining hell onto your enemies is what Desert has been doing this long. Sadly, yes, he could not come up with the top 3 positioning, but again, he was in the top 5 itself, which means that Desert has been doing just so good. But talking about the winner chicken dinner team stats, we have Max, we have Porsche, Break, and Zoes B, and that's going to be Badnam Esports with the winner chicken dinner. And look at how much even Break has done. 620 eliminations, 223 damage taken as well. With that, he has 4 eliminations and 5 knockouts in total.
Well, yeah, definitely. Talking about the winner chicken dinner team, as you said, we have a Porsche as well as the, should I say, savior of the player known as Max LV, because in the later stages we did saw like Lamborghini from Team DX Xavier. He popped out of the water body, was able to take down Max LV, and eventually there was a complete elimination factor coming in. But due to that team support that came in, it was just so effective. But let's talk about the teams to watch. These are the top 4 teams. As we can see, BN United, they travel for more than 12 kilometers, to be honest, pretty close to 13 kilometers. But yeah, out of that distance that they have covered, they've used 33 throwables, and the full squad time is also there with 23.5 minutes, which is again so effective. 12.5 kilometers of a rotation for MABETEX Esports as well, because usually that team rotates, or should I say, takes their advantage in the complete eastern flanks of the particular map, and they were able to rotate. They were able to have a strong hold in the game, and through that particular POI, they were able to get some beautiful frags in their favor. And Desert, man, he absolutely impressed us a lot. And that too, this is not the quarterfinals, this is not the elimination round, this is the grand finals. And performing the way Desert performed in the grand finals is obviously going to take some guts, to be honest. But let's go to the highlights and let's see how it all started. MABETEX Esports tried to go ham onto Team Aura Esports, and eventually they were effective with it. STALWART Esports, IC was the last one. He was also getting picked off. Multiple angles have been traded out, and STALWART Esports and BTR went out somewhere around, like, let's say 6th to 9th position, which was again quite early when we compare them to teams like Aura Esports and some other teams like SM9 and the other giants as well. And there you go, Infinity, the way they played is just so massive. Infinity showcasing their talent. MABETEX also surviving beyond the tree, but eventually eventually gets picked off. That's Desert. Through the smoke, those plays came in and eventually they were so effective. And if I talk about the last man standing, Omsel also gets picked off in the water body. Exactly that's what was about to happen to Levi's. And Levi's had a beautiful corner in his favor. Beyond the ridges, he was trying to survive. He was trying to repatch himself so that he can be back in the game. But unfortunately, gets traded off. But let's talk about the match rankings as predicted. Yes, 21 plus points in the favor of team BN United. 12 good eliminations, total 22 points from their perspective. That's a good chunk of points they are having. But MABETEX Esports, look at them. Despite of getting eliminated at the 4th position, in the match ranking, they are going to get 2nd position in their favor because of their eliminations that they had. Look at that. A serious dent in the lobby. BN United and MABETEX actually took a large chunk, or should I say 50% of the lobby by themselves. Because, yeah, look at their finishes. Big Xavier, 11 points. Same goes for Infinity. STALWART Esports on the hindsight had 9 amazing points. Sam9 with 5. Even NB with 5. DRS, 4 points. And now comes those teams whose positions was not that expected, to be honest. IHC went out way too early with just 2 good points, and that 2 of the eliminations. BTR, exactly the same situation. Although they survived till the top 8 positions, but the fact is they didn't had any single elimination, which is kind of unusual of BTR. Aura Esports also went out way too early. Same does for MERICAL Vibes and some other teams. But the top fraggers in front of us are again going to be coming from MABETEX. But despite of the fact we had Desert performing the way he performed in this previous matchup. Remember, Wally is still becoming the top fragger of this day. And also, guys, remember, the most valuable player is going to get determined also from the top fraggers. And whoever comes at the first place is already going to get the exceptional reward of $50 as well.
Yep, they definitely are going to get rewarded with the $50 out of their name. Desert with 12 eliminations and 4 assists. Now, here's the thing. Desert before this match was in the top fraggers list. But again, this match has just given him such a boost out here. Look at 12 eliminations, out of which 7 were in this map, which means that before this match he just had 5 total eliminations. Apex with 11, that's 2 players from the sides of 4MV. We have 2 players from the sides of MAB as well. But talking about the overall standings, as said, 4MB, which was sitting on the top, will be will be just brought down, or I would say pushed down from the sides of MABETEX Esports and DX Xavier, because both of these teams, they were looking quite confident today. MABETEX Esports, I mean, I don't know how much more am I going to talk about these lads, but they are up with 59 total points. DX Xavier with 52, 4MV with 45. The reason we see 4MB in the 3rd position right now is because of the fact that they got eliminated so early. BN United and T2K Esports, they are on the 4th and the 5th position. Team Infinity down with 24. Aura Esports. I mean, all of these names, we've been seeing them right from the start itself, and they've been very aggressive when it comes to their end. But again, coming down to grand finals, I do see a lot of teams not performing up to the mark. So I do expect a lot from these teams coming up once again. IHC Esports 24, NB Esports 23. That's going to be Bigetron. BTR we have with 21. A1NB Esports with 19, Sem9 with 18, STALWART Esports with 16, PLAYBOOK Esports with 12, and DRS Gaming with 11. I still remember at a point of time we were having a word about the sides of PLAYBOOK Esports as well, right? And were kind of very aggressive, but now having an eyes out of them on the 15th position, I feel a bit sad. STALWART Esports, again a big name that comes up. We've been talking about STALWART Esports being so aggressive. We've been seeing them having multiple titles under their name, but when it comes down to them and this specific title, I do see them on the 2nd side. So a lot of things will be changing in the upcoming matches as well, but now it's time to take a quick short break, so we'll be seeing you guys on the other side.
Well, guys, as promised, indeed, after a quick short break, we are back at the SA versus SE Open Challenge presented by Lidoma Asia. This is the grand finale. Indeed, the day number 2 has been started, and eventually we are going to move on to the match number 2. I believe it will be in the map of Miramar. Well, talking about Miramar, we do expect a lot of clashes coming in, and when we have teams like BTR, teams like DRS fighting in the battle, I do believe that the clashes are going to be there. But to be honest, both STALWART esports, BTR, and TRS, if I talk about these 3-4 big giants, they have not find their own safe haven in the leaderboard because they are struggling at somewhere around, let's say, the bottom page, or maybe should I say bottom positions, maybe from 14 to 16 positions. So that's where DRS has to work on, that's where BTR has to work on, that's where STALWART esports has to rise. I really think that Miramar could be one of those effective maps where these teams are going to perform. And talking about the Mongolian giants, we do know that Miramar is one of their biggest strengths when we talk about the PUBG Mobile scenario. We have seen the Mongolian teams performing exceptionally well in the map of Miramar. So I do believe things will change in this match.
Oh, I do believe the same. I mean, coming down to Miramar, we all know about it, right? We have talked about it so much. Miramar is a map that keeps on changing things. Oh, I'm just so excited right now that I am falling short of words, to be very honest, because Miramar actions is something that I was actually missing since a long time now, that, we've not been seeing on this desk since a long time. I was actually missing those Miramar actions, but again, vehicle crashes, rotations, fights, early engagements, a lot of things that I do expect coming out from Miramar. I mean, we've been talking about Erangel so much that Erangel is like a home for all these players. The very first map that has been played after you download the game, it is Erangel itself. So a lot has happened in Erangel. I mean, right start from early drop clashes to the continuous fight that we've been witnessing from third parties as well. If all that can happen in Erangel itself, guess what Miramar is about? So it's going to be very, very, interesting. But to make it a bit more fun, I would expect some players to fall off to their own. That, I mean, all these keeps on happening, right? Players falling down to their own, their vehicles, players just exiting the vehicles too early on. We've been playing this game since so long as well, so all these mistakes, they do keep happening. So this might just change the path of entire fight, but let's just hope. But coming down to a question I have for you, Raider, the fly path, what do you expect from the fly path?
I do believe a diagonal flight path is going to be there, but eventually the play zone might not be the centric one. So for me, yes, I guess the diagonal flight path is going to be the main concern for these teams in this matchup.
Interesting. I mean, you just want to make it a bit difficult for players, it seems, and a bit entertaining for all of us. Okay.
Difficult, but at the same point, I guess a bit more easy, because when you have diagonal flight path, I guess you can access your favorable locations because it's a bit more accessible. But when we talk about the play zone, I do believe the play zone should be, or maybe is going to be, a very edgy one, just like the previous matchup. If you guys remember in the Erangel as well, we did saw complete northwestern flank, I believe, in the circle. Exactly like that. It might happen maybe in the southern vicinities, maybe towards Oceanus, but yes, I do believe that diagonal flight path is going to give an edge to all those teams which are just going to drop maybe in Hacienda, maybe in El Pozo and places like which are kind of accessible. But talking about that, I believe the flight path is going to be there. It's not diagonal, but yes, it's kind of a centric one, which I was expecting. But yeah, my prediction was slightly wrong, let's say.
I mean, it feels like you want these players to have an advantage on the drop locations for them, but then not have the advantage on the play zones. You want to make it simple in the start, but then get them into a hard point. So players, you know whom to blame if that happens. That's not me, Darshita, that's my co-caster Raider. But hey, coming back to this fly path once again, I do see a centric cut coming up, dividing this map into two not so equalized portions, but yeah, somewhere down the line it is equalized. So again, as said, Chumashara, Power Grid, St. Martin, Graveyard, Los Leones, La Bendita, Water Treatment, Del Patron, El Pozo, Craterfields, El Azhar, all of these places, Impala as well, quite accessible to all these teams out there. But I am looking forward to having some drop clashes at the early stages itself. So I'm just finding that team which will be going in for that drop clashes, the sides of team MAB. Oh yeah, they just might find themselves surrounded with enemies out there. So here's the thing, right? There is a lot of breathing space when it comes down to overall map, but talking about few teams, there's a lesser of breathing space. But guess what, Raider, you've been denied for the play zone. It's gonna be a kind of a play zone where these teams do have a good time, and we will enjoy watching this map overall.
See, the only reason why I wanted these teams to have an early, let's say, advantage in terms of their placement where they're going to jump in is the fact of if the edgy play zone could have come, then we will see some early rotations, and in turn we will see some early clashes as well. But what was that? What was that clash between NB Esports and another amazing team? We did saw like the sprays were coming in. do believe maybe NB Esports is going to get the upper hand in this particular fight. And there you go. That's exactly what is happening. DX Xavier's Lamborghini, which was the second last member of the particular team known as DX Xavier, who survived in the previous matchup till the last, is now getting punched up, is now getting picked off, and that's exactly what is going to give the initial advantage to NB Esports. Well, even if the zone is going to be a centric one, even if the flight path is just going to be, like, let's say, very, very amazing for these teams will still manage to give us the early clashes, which is again so amazing. But Akazo, let's see what he's going to do, because again a very split drop has been there. Demo is also going to get picked off. Another Mongolian Giants is just getting slayed. Demo was the last man standing of Team IHC in the previous matchup, but this time he gets picked off way too early by the same team, Infinity, who was able to create a lot of buzz over there. But I would love to see how Infinity is going to perform beyond this area. But to be honest, the implications, the fights are just going to be very, very effective, and I do feel like that the implications are going to be high out of this match. So looking forward to see who is going to have the advantage and what kind of a pick is going to come in this particular matchup. But I guess there is some technical issues, maybe some I guess network issues coming in, and that's why we are going to rehost the match. So I guess we should wait for the next match to get started, because yeah, maybe my predictions this time will be right.
Oh, I mean, it just feels like that everyone wanted to have your predictions right, and yeah, exactly. It's just that just for you. I mean, okay, I feel sad that I didn't predict anything, and I could actually flex it later on, saying that it's all happening just for me. But that's completely fine. We'll be soon heading into the match. Anyways, it's the map of Miramar, and if it is started on this note, I feel it's gonna be a very fun. To be very honest, the fly path in the play zone that we just witnessed. I was so happy that we are gonna have an interesting map. But again, rehosting, so we'll be seeing a lot of changes happening overall. But for now, we'll be going towards a short break, and we'll be seeing you guys with the Miramar map very soon.
Well, after that minute technical difficulty, guys, yes, we are finally back with the Rios coming in, and we have got the information that the match is going to get pretty soon started. And which particular map we are talking about? This is going to be the grand finale, match number 7. To be specific, day number 2's match number 2 is going to be there, and the map of Miramar is definitely going to come in. And yes, for this match, again, Raider and Darshita, the duo are here as well. Looking forward to see how this is going to turn out, because obviously Miramar is one of those maps, as we had expected earlier, which can change a lot of stuff in the leaderboard. We have seen MABETEX doing a wonderful job in the map of Erangel, but Miramar is something which is again going to be messy for, let's say, MABETEX, for teams like STALWART Esports. We have seen they have had some difficulties in the previous, let's say, semi-finale, quarterfinals as well, whenever they have shown their faces. So I do believe once again their challenges are going to be maximized. But to be honest, there is nothing more fruitful than the map of Miramar.
Yeah. But hey, wait. Did you just say the duo is back? I mean, come on. I just felt like you might say the deadly duo is back again. But
yeah, okay.
Okay, Raider. Okay, we'll definitely talk about this later on. But
there
hey,
you go.
Coming back to the map of Miramar once again, this time it's gonna get not a central cut, which means it's gonna be very, very difficult for these players to actually have their hands on La Cabrera, Crater Fields, Trailer Park, El Pozo, Montenuevo. It's gonna be very, very difficult to actually make their way. I mean, you need to get down somewhere near to Picardo, Power Grid, find a vehicle, go to St. Martin, find a vehicle, and then make your way towards all these places. So again, it all depends upon the play zone as well. So if the play zone is actually favoring all these places, you can get into this mess. But STE, okay, STALWART Esports, what's their plan? Look at that drop, look at that split play coming in. One player already has a vehicle, but okay, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be very, very interesting. On the other side, initial fights is something that I am looking forward to. I mean, these players having an initial fight. So I feel A1 and B VOIN might find themselves in the initial clashes itself, and there's STE as well. So it's gonna get difficult. But hey, Raider, I feel sad for you, my friend, because you're getting denied for the edgy zones once again. I mean, yeah, you just flexed it a while ago. I remember you were flexing the fact that this all is done for you. But I'm so sorry, because I feel sad for you. Okay, that's not the case. Once again, we do see a zone coming up in the sides of Bronca. What a treatment. Power Grid, La Bendita. It's gonna be interesting. Junkyard as well, Impala, the upper compounds of Los Leones. So edgy zones might be in the few upcoming stages. Might just witness, but I doubt that's gonna be the case for now.
Maybe that could be the speculations coming in. But for now, as we can see, Aura Esports is in a tussle with, and MABETEX is one good player. I would love to see what kind of result is going to be. Then there you go, Desert gets taken down. That's an unfortunate elimination. Desert being one of those players who had outperformed in the map of Erangel, and that's exactly what I was trying to, I guess, let's say, elaborate. That MABETEX is unable to perform in the map of Miramar due to the flanks, due to the different angles that they're trying to cover up with. They're every now and then getting picked off, and that's exactly what happened to DRS as well, because their Kilobyte, the topmost fragger of this particular team, has also been taken down. I do believe like DRS will be able to bounce back in this match, but obviously losing your top fragger, losing your fragger, losing your assaulter is something which is again going to change a lot of momentum. Exactly, that is what is happening to team MABETEX as well, because after losing Desert, now it's Zero who has been picked off, and yeah, Snape is not going to leave him. Snape did a 1v2. That's kind of, let's say, intimidating for MABETEX Esports. VOIN on the other corner is putting a stop. Also with a sword of shotgun, that's interesting. Okay, that was a knocked out player who was taken down by the sword of shotgun, because I thought if the knockout would have been there with that gun, it would have been very, very fatal. But even in esports, will he be able to be fruitful? That's what we have to see. MERICAL Vibes on the other corner is again getting shut down by the team known as Infinity. That's the exactly same team which was able to dominate them in the map of Erangel. If you guys remember, in the military base vicinity, it was again that particular team. But now moving forward, they got a spotation. They have got an idea where the player is, but eventually Jace gets picked off. Zay gets picked off. Jace has been knocked out. Maxus and Keeperman are going to be the last two players surviving, but I do feel like that with the sword of shotgun, you won't be that fruitful, to be honest. But the nade is getting cooked up. This nade could actually create a lot of impact, but only if the shots are going to get connected. Look at that sword of shotgun being utilized. Micro Uzi, not a lot of bullets, just 13 bullets to go with. So definitely the HP is just going to be, I guess, on a back foot. Level 2 Western, along with that, they have got the level 3 helmet, which is again completely different to what Kenan is having right now for now. But yeah, I guess you were talking about Sem9 Esports.
Yeah, Sem9, one of those players, took down his own teammate with that nade. I mean, yeah, Sem and DRS do have a fight, but that's a huge, huge mistake being committed. On the other side, we have A1 and B Esports. They found one, but that's all they could do, and they get denied as well. DRS here is standing with the last surviving player, Delta. What more can Delta pull off? A 1v3 is what the call is, and Delta, I really feel scared for him right now. Oh wait, why is Delta just waiting at one specific position? Is he trying to not give his footsteps or something? But it's gonna be very, very difficult. His location gets compromised. The player who's been down to the ground has been revived back as well. Delta trying to take one, gets denied from the place of Sem9, and that's gonna be DRS as well, getting eliminated. Sem9, I am actually up with a question on what exactly happened. I mean, the player of Sem9 took down his own player with that grenade. I feel there was a big mistake coming up, but luckily Sem9 made a way outside this fight with 4 kills under their name, but there's this problem, right? They got one of their players eliminated as well, which means in the upcoming times, in the long run, it's gonna be very, very difficult for them, Raider.
Yeah, definitely. The difficulties are going to be there eventually in the long run. You have to have that manpower. Exactly the similar situation that I want to like, let's say, pinpoint for the players of Homemaker West, because we do have East, we do have the other guy, but on the hindsight, oh, a win 94 getting approach and getting fruitful. That too with a distance of maybe like, let's say, 100 or 150 meters. That's impressive, man. That's impressive. Keeper man definitely took a huge chunk out of that guy from STALWART Esports, and getting that revival is obviously going to, I guess, maybe take a lot of time. But on the same point, I guess VOIN Esports is going to completely back out from the scenario. If we talk about DXavier, yes, they are in a tussle between DXavier and NB Esports. That's the exact similar team which was able to take one down from A1 and B in the previous matchup. And also DXavier fighting back is something which is going to be very, very important, because you are in a vicinity which is known as El Pozo, and you have different corners to hide out, different corners to hold on to. Pajin finds one with the Mini 14, I believe. Again, some more space coming in with the UMP 45, but the connections are not that deliberate, not that, should I say, on point, coming in from Akazo, but they are still waiting. Mondo, the top fragger of this team known as NB Esports, is also demanding a revival coming in, and yeah, there you go. The revival will be coming in. They have exchanged their own places so that they can come up with the revival as well, because obviously if you are at a very similar location where the player had been knocked out, some maybe possible needs are also going to come in, and that's exactly what Lamborghini is trying to commit up. Levi's, Lamborghini, Parajin and Kosh, these are the players surviving, and there you go, with again a beautiful Mini 14 working out. He takes one down. He's going to eliminate the player, but unfortunately he also gets rid of. Mondo once again gets picked off by Levi's. What a beautiful spray. That to a precise headshot coming to the play with the M416. Yes, the elimination is bound to happen for now, but look at this guy, Stylex DME. He's trying to come up with a 1v2. Switches the gun with a bolt action. Oh, sorry if I'm not wrong. That was an burst out gun. That was the M16A4. He tried his level best to come up with an elimination, but no, that's not the case. On the hindsight, Akazo and the other guys are just waiting patiently. And if they get the eliminations of Passion, that will be absolutely amazing. But multiple nades, and Mondo is just there with I guess, let's say 10 to 20% of his HP with the Thompson, and that to an iron sight. Along with that, on the back end, he has got the Mini 14 as well. So I do believe at this point, NB Esports is actually at a very bad spot, and their elimination is something which is bound to happen.
Oh well, NB Esports is actually not looking good, and now look at DXavier. It's not about the gunfight, it's about the utilities as well, and now they will be going in for few grenades here and there, which will actually be a hectic one for the sides of NB Esports. This push coming up can just change things apart, but Mondo with that DBS, so let's go. I'm quite interested and excited to witness these DBS action coming, because you know, we've seen 1v4 getting converted with that DBS when it comes down to a close range fight and players rushing up. A DBS is something that can actually stop these players from raining havoc. But the problem is Mondo is not actually up with that health for himself. Look at how low he's running right now, and so is the case with his teammate as well. So DXavier, if they actually push in, it's already done. Or even few grenades here and there, pinpoint precise grenades, it's done for the sides of NB Esports. So they actually need to be careful, and look at that to start things off. Mondo, he finds one. Can he convert the second player as well? Well, for now, he will be completely eliminating the player he just eliminated. I mean, he just put down right now. But the call is a 1v4. Mondo, the way he's been playing, it's actually looking good. He found one, he just put off, he retaliated off that position, but he gets denied eventually, and that has to put an end on the sides of NB Esports. DXavier, 4 defeats, 4 frags already out of their name, but the loss of Lamborghini is something that is going to hurt them in the long run itself. Coming down to STALWART Esports, they've been playing a very good game to start things off on their drop location, having that split itself. itself, then gaining or 4 different vehicles and making their way inside the zone. It's looking good. But now the thing is, the number of teams that we have and the amount of play zone that we have, it's just a lot of breathing space for these players. So until and unless they are not into a close vicinity, I do not expect a lot of fight happening. STALWART Esports, they are making their way inside the play zone itself, but look, all the other teams are already inside. So STALWART Esports, they need to make their way somewhere down the line from, water treatment, El Azhar, Junkyard, all these places do have some vicinity. But everyone right now is focused towards the center itself. And look at that! STALWART Esports, one player gets denied, but there's an initial cover from his teammate itself, which will be finding the knock player a bit safe and secure approach. But I don't know for how long this will continue. Oh... For now, he's at a safer spot.
Hmm?
For now, he is at a
Yeah.
safer spot, yeah.
Definitely agreeing on your points. Like the teams have got their own sweet spot to hit on, but STALWART Esports, after that kind of decimation, after getting 2 good eliminations, they are definitely looking strong. But we have T2K, and that's a very interesting and also, let's say, impressive team. Whenever we talk about their formations, it can work out, but for now STALWART Esports have taken a large chunk of their HPs, and some good players of the particular team has already been taken down. From the other corners, we do see that MERICAL Vibes is playing along with STALWART Esports' Wisdom. I would love to see what kind of implications they're also going to bring to the table with STALWART Esports. They're ready. The players have been I guess quite aggressive from the start, and now they are ready with their HPs and stuff like that. But T2K's third person is actually having a very different angle, and that angle might just give them the upliftment of taking down 1 or 2 good players. But Top finds one. Oh, that was Icy, if I'm not wrong. Top is still cooking up a need. That need can actually create some buzz, but there you go. Icy finds a 1v2. With that, 2 good players of Train to Kills are also going to get eliminated. 4 amazing finishes for STALWART Esports. They're creating a lot of noise for now. Maybe in the Pagra region, maybe in the Junkyard region, there will be some more teams coming in and converging, because again, this is not the center of the particular play zone, but teams love to go the edgy approach when we talk about some other different regions. But for now, I do feel like that the SA versus SE region teams are a bit more aggressive when we compare them to any other region of the PUBG scenario, and that's why teams are just trying to approach their own placement points. And there you go, Top gets taken. Now that's an unfortunate elimination coming in. Should have covered all the insights, should have covered all the areas before going ahead and looting the crates, to be honest, because players like T2K, teams like T2K will not give any other opportunity. If they spot the player, they're definitely going to pick him apart. Lizard on the other corner is there with the nade. He's trying to cook up and eventually get some good elimination. But in order to provide cover to Lizard, there is Icy, there is Risu, who is just cooking up some good nades and trying some different space in their favor. I do believe this point the fights are just going to be a bit more uncomfortable, but Icy on the other corner is also going to pop out. For MERICAL Vibes is also trying to be in the zone. Infinity on the hindsight is trying to be a bit more chaotic on Team DXAV. That clash could be interesting because they're outside the circle. Infinity is the one which is still fairly enjoying the circle advantage in their favor, and DXAV, even after getting damaged by Team NB Esports, they still have got their loots exponentially well built, so that utils, that bombardment can actually help them out. But let's see what will happen, because now the DBS is not the meta. For him, it will be S12K, because that's all he has got for now. And yes, let's see how his placement is going to work out, because there you go, the shot goes in, gets one, is going to eliminate him, and that's exactly what makes me fear whenever I fight against a solo player standing, because whenever he will take you down, he will try to finish you off, and that's exactly what happened. Even after STALWART Esports was able to take down the complete team of T2K, I don't think so this is a favorable fight, because they were 1v2'd, because 2 good players of the particular team has been taken down. So STALWART Esports is now left behind, just like for MERICAL Vibes, left behind just like some other teams which have lost their initial advantage. For example, let's talk about MABETEX as well. They've also lost 2 good players of their own team, but I'd say enjoying the zone for now.
Oh, well, yes, they definitely are. I mean, with the upcoming shrink that we have in the play zone, it's the areas of Cruisdale Valley and the entire compounds nearby, the roads, the vicinities nearby. All these players again need to make their way inside the play zone. There's one player who's right at the St. Martin or behind the St. Martin. Well, I'm a bit scared for this player, playing zone to zone, playing a bit aggressive inside the zone, or, sticking to the zone are the different plays that we've been talking about again and again. But this player who's yet back behind St. Martin and is still waiting for that right opportunity. I mean, it's a bit confusing, to be very honest, but yeah, let's see how this player makes his way inside the play zone itself. STALWART Esports, once again, 4 frags already onto the names of IC, 1 with Risu, but on the other sides we have BTR getting denied. Aura! No way! You have completely destroyed BTR right now. One player is down to the ground, one player is completely eliminated. Others are yet to plan on what can be done. The vehicles are already smoking. Aura Snappy, he is just on fire, and it's not just about Aura right now. Look at IHC as well. So it's going to be very, very difficult for the sides of BTR. There's going to be the Bigetron red villains to make a way inside. Oh, there you go. The player who is down to the ground gets denied as well, and now it all gets down to two remaining players. Now both of these, as we keep talking about the deadly duo, I mean me and Raider, it's all down to the deadly duo of the sides of BTR as well,
Yeah.
to actually make a way outside this fight, get inside the zone, and then be at a safest spot. Because here's the thing, getting eliminated at the 11th position is not going to get you anything, plus you do not have those finish points as well. Talking about it more, Kenry gets denied, completely eliminated from the players of Sem9. So now to add on to this party, it all started with I feel BTR having a fight with Aura. To add on, it was IHC, and now it's down to Sem9 as well. Look at the last surviving player from the sides of BTR. He is up with enemies all around him, and there's no way that he can actually get out of this fight. All he can do is just be down to his belly, just wait for a right opportunity and get out of this positioning onto his foot. Because look, the vehicle that he had is already denied and is all up on fire. So it's gonna be very, very difficult. STALWART Esports on the other side is gonna play a bit safe. There's one player who's inside the blues itself. So my friend, you need to make your way outside, or it's gonna be a big mess for all of these players around. But hey, look at Aura. They are denying the players of Infinity as well to answer back. Yes, Infinity is giving an answer back, but on the other night,
Wow.
Sem9. What?
Semnan is just hiding in a bunker and eventually taking down every single player that is there in his vicinity. So that's kind of interesting. Dep was able to get one amazing finish for themselves, but Hands for You has been taken down. I don't think so there is a situation where the revival for Hands for You is going to come in. So Aura Esports, whoever player is left right now, is just going to completely bail out from the scenario. I guess two good players of Team Aura Esports are still surviving, so they're just completely going to bail out from now, and then eventually have some good placement points and maybe fight back in the later stages with Team Infinity. But on the same side, if I talk about Team TXavier, well, they are rotating, they get spotted. Ooh, that pickup truck is just not looking good. Well, the damage was absolutely amazing. The headshot was there, but should have covered the other area as well, because Levi's finds in, and with that, yes, Tam has been picked off. I do believe with this, Sem9 is just going to lose one good player of their own, and there you go. That's exactly what happens. The monster truck was already making its way, but IHC, after all of that decimation, is obviously going to hear some shots. But Zeol, can we see some M24 tap shots? I would love to see that amazing bolt action coming to the play. But obviously, coming back to the factor of M24, yes, we do know that the headshots might not work oftentimes because yeah, the gun has been nerfed, but I would love to see what happens. Zeol is there with the 8x scope, with the M24. Yes, his helmet is pretty much damaged because of all those peeking and doing stuff like that. Yes, if you have M4, you can spray down the bullets. And on the hindsight, if we talk about Zeol, look at him waiting patiently. Whoever steps in the vehicle is going to get popped off, and that's exactly what happens. A beautiful shot goes in. Unfortunate that the knockout didn't come in, but yes, the effective shot was kind of, let's say, very, very important. But now he's trying to appoint some more shots. BTR's Lepar is waiting. Oh, this will be the downfall of Zeol if he does that. If he's going to prone down to his belly and eventually peek onto the player, this could be the downfall, because Lepar, he's waiting way too patiently. Look at him waiting on the right side of this guy, waiting very patiently. He's got all the information to use, because, but he really wants to survive, to be honest, and that's why he's not popping out. That's why he's not actually, let's say, spraying down the players. But will he survive? That's what we have to see. Sem9 players definitely getting damaged a lot. They don't have the right angles in their favor, but they're trying to be in the zone. Exactly, that's what IHC should do. Otherwise, they're going to get backstab, or should I say third party, by the players of Big ER, because that's the last man standing. But there you go, IC finds one. That's interesting. VOIN Esports is now getting precise, but what about Dep? One good bullet, that's all we need from Dep's perspective.
Oh well, it's the Xavier who got eliminated right now. So it's all down to 10 remaining teams. Now from here on, two more teams who get denied gets nothing in terms of positioning points. But when it comes to frags, if you have something, you are definitely gonna get rewarded. STE, two remaining players, and look at the way they've been holding off that Rich. Now it's gonna be difficult for them. Team Infinity as well gets eliminated. Oh wait, what? Infinity? Why would you do that? Trying to nade his teammate, they just damage themselves. Look at that shorty. He took down two of his own players. Infinity, why would you do that? It's gonna
Well, that's
hurt
unfortunate.
a lot. It's gonna hurt a lot for these players. IHC as well. Sem9 gets eliminated from the sides of Team IHC, and it's gonna be an end for them. 8 remaining teams is all that we have on our screens right now. And from the sides of IHC, we have all 4 players with 1 kill onto their name. I mean, the fight that IHC had right now, they just all of these players got 1 onto their name very, very effectively. But now they're gonna have the fight with the sides of 4MV. ST is also near to the corner, so they need to be a bit safer right now, because even one wrong move can, just deny a player. On the other side, talking about STALWART Esports for now, IC is looking so good. He is just making things intense. He has 5 solo frags out of his name, out of which the team has 6, which means that IC and Risu are those 2 players who've been popping off really good, but they do have that buggy to work around with. And there you go, the teammate has been picked as well, and they are trying to make their way inside the play zone, which is going to be very, very important. But MABETEX, once again, 2 players surviving.
Oh.
Chunk of the play zone, but that's not gonna help them at all, as one player not
Zeol.
just goes down but gets completely eliminated. Zeol with that M24 is just making magics out there. Now here's the thing, if you want to deny an M24, you need to have that level 3 helmet, so that even one headshot cannot take you down. As you said, the M24 has been nerfed, which will make the players get into a difficult spot out there. But once again, if your level 3 helmet is already damaged, then it is gonna get you difficult, and it might just take you down to the down to your knees, down to the ground itself. Oh. But 4MB and those nades, look at IHC, the way they've been getting denied for everything from the sides of 4MB, and it's all about those nades that are creating havoc or raining havoc onto those players. STE once again, that has to be MABETEX. The team who has been destroying their opponents in the previous match is just getting denied, and MABETEX goes down. STALWART Esports up with 2 players. The deadly duo, they are looking so good right now.
I'm kind of happy to see that the top 2 teams have already been taken down, because this gives an open opportunity for all the other teams surviving from 3rd position to the 13th to come up with a very big bounce in the game. That's exactly what they're trying to work on. IC tried to actually, let's say, rotate, but eventually M24 shot got connected. Oh, Zeol! That shot would have taken your life, but eventually he survives due to the help of that level 3 helmet. We are left with just 6 teams for now. Zeol is going to repatch himself. At the same point, we have Godless, and those tap shots are just too fatal, to be honest. But yes, once again, when you are on a ridge, when you are on a hill, and you are trying to take down some good M24 shots, or maybe the shots of Mini 14 and stuff like that, you are obviously going to get visualized. And from the back end, if you guys can see from the minimap, we have BTR trying to be back in the circuit, and they can easily do a 1v2. To be honest, that's a player known as Lepar, if I'm not wrong. So if Lepar is surviving, I do expect a 1v2 coming from his corner. He's going to wait patiently for the right moment to strike on, and whenever he does, he is definitely going to take down 2 good finishes for a team known as STALWART Esports. He might not survive for the later stages, but he is definitely going to take down IHC. If the IHC is just going to be, let's say, pretty much focused on the upfront areas, and that's exactly why we don't see a lot of early rotations coming up in this particular map, because you do see a lot of outside plays, or maybe, let's say, backstabs coming in. But yeah, the circle is going to close in pretty soon. The circle is going to be there in some other insights, and there you go, we have another fight coming in. Godless has been taken down. That's exactly what I was worried for, and that's exactly what is happening for now. It's BTR who is going to outshine 4MERICAL Vibes, takes down another player, and that's it for IC Esports. Well, they were able to get a huge chunk of points in their favor. To be honest, they were able to incline upwards to, let's say, 8th position, but still STALWART is surviving. If STALWART gets a chicken dinner, that position is going to get snatched, and maybe IC is going to get pushed to 9th or 10th position. That's exactly what might happen. BTR on the other corner is also struggling, as we did saw Lepar still surviving in the fight, already got the first frag for the team, but still not being that effective is going to be the case for him. BN United, for him, I really believe the elimination is something which is going to be very, very amazing and interesting. If you guys remember, in the previous matchup, BN United had a chicken dinner of 22 good points, and in this match, again they have got the full manpower, again they have got 2 good finishes, again they have got the height advantage and also the circle advantage. I do feel like that BN United is here to make a history.
Well, yes, they definitely are here to make in history, but look at 4MV and that one single player who has 4 solo frags, and the team also has 4, but 4MV, Wisdom, he goes down to the hands of IC out there. Oh, yeah, it is IC? Okay, I see. And now it's all down to East being the last surviving player from here on. Will he be able to deny IC for now? IC, the way he's been fragging off, the way he's been performing, it's just looking so good. And ow, that's going to be STALWART Esports takes down one more. BTR gets denied, and that's going to be the sides of 4MV as well. With that, we are left down to 3 remaining teams for this specific map of Miramar, out of which one is STE, Aura, and B, and that's going to be the sides of B and United. Now, B and United in the previous match, the way they've been performing and getting those frags out of their name, they were looking good. So, if they get this map once again, it's going to be a big jump towards them. But for now, the sides of Aura are getting denied. One player is already down to the ground, and it's a fight between the sides of BN and Aura. Now, Aura is just left with the last remaining player. That's going to be DO3. What more can he pull off from here? Being the solo player, he needs to go in for that revival. But I see he tried to dodge as much as he can, but eventually got denied. And it's all down to the last remaining player, Nized. What can he pull off from here on? He is trying to go in for those utils. So is the case with the sides of B and United. STALWART Esports into a lot of pressure right now. I see if this man gets a revival, if this man is back onto his foot, trust me, Raider, they are gonna deny everyone out here.
Oh yeah, definitely. They are here to secure a chicken dinner. That's exactly what they're going to work on. But before that happens, BN United is just going to deny the third party that was about to come in. So Aura Esports gets taken down. With that, I see he's trying to be back in the game. But yes, he's actually on the edges. Break could be pushing forward, but it's going to be a 2v3 and it will be a close one, that's for sure. Because yes, I see he's actually on the verge of being back in the game. He's not going to be cold enough to just get taken down. But yeah, finally being back in the circle is just going to be very amazing. And due to the fact the circle has taken a certain shift, definitely things will change. And there you go. Look at that beautiful spray coming in from Nized. It denied the peak coming in, and that too with a beautiful M24. But oh, that nade from Break worked out way too fluently. I see his HP is also very low, and there you go, gets picked out. With that, BN United is here to make a history, and from the 4th, 5th, 6th position, they have jumped back to the top 3 positions. They are in the 2nd position, if I'm not wrong, in the leaderboard. Massive chicken dinner in their favor. Yes, it will be not that good of a chicken dinner, which was there in the map of Erangel. I don't think so. It's going to be more than 20 points, but eventually it is significant because now they're making a statement that in the day number 2, when we have got an idea of the lobby is performing, we are here to get multiple chicken dinners, and that's exactly what matters. How many chicken dinners you have, how many consistent plays to be precise, let's say, you have got in your favor. Because if you guys remember, in the previous matchup, we had Xavier surviving till the 2nd position, we had MEBETEX surviving till the top 4, but all of these teams went out way too early, except the team known as Badnam United, or should I say BN United, and that team secured a beautiful chicken dinner as well. So that is a very big statement, to be honest, in this lobby, and it does feel like that they have got their initial momentum. I do feel like that the third match may change the things, but eventually, if even the third match will be in the favor of BN United, that will be the first hat-trick of this tournament.
Oh, well, hat-trick is what you're talking about, and I am looking forward to having that in favors of BN United. But BN United, these lads have been looking good recently. To start things off on a note of chicken dinner was something that they were actually up with, but to convert one more in the upcoming matches, that too again a big name. Now, we've been talking about STALWART Esports a lot, right? Big name that comes up on the top, and it is all about domination, getting those titles, getting those victories. But today, STALWART Esports, they were actually looking good. With the deadly duo that was surviving, it was looking good for them. But BN United, once again, we have Break, Posh, Max, and Zeus, 552 damage. Oh, there's one player with 552 of damage with 0 eliminations and 0 knockouts. You have to feel sad for this lad, man. Come on. So much of damage done, yet no eliminations and no knockouts. I mean, okay, but again, teams to watch out for, it's 4MV, Aura, STALWART Esports, and BN United. BN United and STALWART Esports have been very, consistent when it comes to team to watch. Aura and 4MV. Now, 4MV, being the table toppers of the previous day, are getting denied for a lot coming up to the second. The first match actually wasn't looking good for them. When it went down to the second one, 4MV, I think they got denied as well. So again, 4MV they need to be consistent, right? Being on the top at the first day, getting denied and just being pushed down is something that I did not expect from all of these teams. But distant travel, I guess the highest is against STALWART Esports with 10,595 meters. Well, for now, being
Yeah.
okay. I just felt you were kind of speechless looking at how many throws have been used from the sides of Badnam and ST. Look at that, 20 and 19, 17 for Aura as well. But 4MV not looking good onto that notes. But yeah, highlights again, as I know that you actually love to rewatch all these moments again. Up to you for those highlights, Raider.
Yeah, definitely. These are the few small, minute moments where the aggression was actually on peak and where things actually change rapidly. And that's exactly where we will talk about NV Esports and the battle between that particular team known as DXavier, because this was a clash which turned out to be very fruitful for team DXavier in this particular matchup, despite of the fact that Mondo was able to get one. Remember guys, those UMP45 sprays and the other utils that were coming in from DXavier was just absolutely amazing. And Mondo being the last man standing, he tried to come up with an outcome, but eventually he was traded off with a beautiful UMP45 spray coming in. But T2K versus STALWART Esports, this was kind of very, very interesting. Yes, Nizar was able to be back in the game, but eventually after that, a beautiful trade fire comes in. Top was able to take one down, and that was IC if I'm not wrong. And after that, loss came in. STALWART Esports kind of, let's say, tumbling down when it comes to their own meta, but eventually 4 Medical Pipes also gets picked up by IC, and still they were retaliating, still they were getting the job done. Pompire being the last man standing from Aura Esports, second last member to be precise. DO3 was the last man standing, which was surviving, and eventually he also gets picked off. Tried to come up with a smoke so that he can hide in and eventually maybe repatch himself as well, but Nizard and IC were the last two players surviving, where Nizard gets taken down with a nade, and then IC gets picked off with a beautiful spray coming in from the players of BN United. And there you go, just as expected, BN United had the chicken dinner, but not with a big margin. But 16 total points, they're definitely looking comfortable. But eventually, if we talk about STALWART, despite of the fact that they don't have the chicken dinner, they're still there with 16 points, which is again going to amplify their spirits and amplify their positioning in the leaderboard a lot. Infinity, 4 points for them. BTR, exactly the similar situation, and also VOIN along with DXavier at 4 points each. If we talk about Aura Esports, 11 points, 4 Michael Vibes, 8, IC with 7, Sem9 with 6 points. But what is happening to DRS? Once again, from 11 points to 12 points, that's all of a jump that they're going to get, and I believe DRS is still going to be as the team which is stuck, which is going to be stuck at the bottom of the leaderboard. I do feel like that DRS will be giving the comeback, but in the later stages of the tournament, because that's how the meta goes on for DRS. They are not one of those teams who loves to, like, let's say, reign on top from the top of the leaderboard from the start of the particular game, but eventually when the situations come down to, like, let's say, top 5 positions or top 6 positions, at that point DRS will outshine, and I do believe DRS is going to showcase that talent. But MABETEX still crowned as the champions of this particular day number 2 for now. Till now, to be honest, they have got 60 points, which is again a very good amount of points. DXavier, the team which was stuck at the second position, is still tussling around between MABETEX and DXavier, and we can clearly see a beautiful jump of DXavier also came in, despite of the fact they went out way too early. But the buffer that was there between MABETEX and DXavier has been countered. Exactly the similar situation for BN United. Talking about the second page, yeah, there you go. DRS and PLAYBOOK Esports still stuck at the bottom.
Yep, definitely. Now, I need to take you back towards the sides of MABETEX Esports as well. They definitely are, at the top right now. But here's the thing. In the previous match, in the match of Erangel itself, I still remember them going all ham over their enemies, and they were just going gun blazing towards them. So they had, a lot of points in terms of eliminations, whereas coming down to this map, they did not have even one single elimination point. So I do feel a bit scared for them, as they are on the top right now, but they'll be get denied anytime if they aren't consistent. Talking about the top rankers, we have Wally with 15, East. Now here's the thing, right? Desert a while ago was there from the sides of MAB on the second position, but he's been pushed down to the third, and we have East up with 15 eliminations. 4 MV is your BN Drake, and 4MV Apex. Right now we have 2 players from MAB, and we have 2 players from 4MV as well. But MAB, they need to be a bit careful. They have took down the first day Conquerors. That's going to be a 4MV, but now they are on the urge of getting taken down. So again, consistency is going to be the key to success here on. But for now, it's going to be the time for us to take a short break, as we'll be back with the upcoming matches. So until then, stay tuned. Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll be back very soon.
Well, guys, welcome back. After seeing the two good matches are coming from BN United, we are definitely expecting a hat trick at this point. But remember, the map of Erangel will be coming up with some different spirits because MABETEX will be aggressing. Michael Vibes is going to dominate. Maybe, probably that will happen. But yes, we are bound to see some beautiful clashes. To be honest, if we talk about the places of military base, we are going to see a clash between Miracle Vibes and Infinity. If we talk about the military region, we will see, I guess, DRS and VOIN esports in it as well. And apart from that, if we talk about the Georgipur region, at that point, STALWART esports will be jumping over there if the flight path obviously favors them. And apart from that, we will see IHC trying to encirculate them because IHC's drop location is kind of a place which we call as the Georgipur Southwest City, or maybe the hospital region could be there in the vicinity. So I do feel like that in this match, Darshita, we are going to see some clashes, but maybe in some chunks of point. Like maybe initially we will have a clash, and after that the second zone is going to be a passive one, but after that the third, fourth, fifth zone is going to be aggressive, and then again some survival points are going to be there for the teams because now we are coming in the serious areas because 7 good matches have already happened and not a lot of matches are there. Yes, there is, like, let's say more than 10 matches still surviving still there in for the favor of teams, but eventually these 10 matches or more than 10 matches are going to be very, very valuable for every single team because now you have to maybe, let's say, have a jump in the leaderboard, and also with that the individual performance has to be there from players like Volley, players like IC, who are trying to become the top fragger of this particular tournament.
Oh, it's going to be very, very crucial. Right now, I am a bit excited for the sides of BN United. I mean, they have a chance of converting a hat trick. As you said a while ago, it's going to be the very first hat trick of this entire tournament of any team getting 3 back-to-back chicken dinners for themselves. So, yeah, BN United, all we casters can say is all the best for this upcoming match. And if you are able to shine in this map, it's going to be you setting a bar for all these players. It's going to be you just, being the player who's most highlighted. Now, we keep talking about stars, right? When we see skies, when we see sky at the night, we see a lot of stars shining. But when it comes down to that one specific star that shines the most, it can be BN United for now because they have a chance of converting this hat trick for themselves. So, quite excited if that is going to be the case or no. But talking more about what all happened in the previous match, IC was one player to actually look out for. The way that he was performing, it was actually looking good. Now, to start things off again, a good fly path is what we are witnessing, Raider. And coming to military base, it's going to be 4MV and Infinity going up against each other. As you said, Milta, we might see DRS, Georgipur, it has to be ST once again. So let's see if things pan out the same way or no.
I do feel like that the clashes are not going to change because now it has the kind of, let's say, inclination towards the points, and teams really want to go in a clash so that they can have those early advantages of surviving with the 4-man power and getting those 4 amazing finishes. Because if you have that early advantage in your favor, you can create a lot of momentum shift and also maybe survive till the last few positions and then eventually come for a fight. But T2K again going for their similar drop locations of shooting range and severity. There is nobody to contest them. They're going to be a bit more. Aura Esports, again, on the hindsight, we have got them trying to rotate back to the vicinities of, let's say, the Georgipur Northwest City. But what is Zeol doing? Zeol is going to have the squad house compound in his favor. MABETEX is also pretty close to Aura Esports, so there might be a tussle between these two giants. But look at STALWART Esports jumping towards the Gadka 6 houses, and they're going to loot it. It's again going to be a very huge area to cover up, and that's why they are pretty much splitted. And DXever can have the end laugh out of it because look at them, pretty close to what IC is having, and maybe IC is going to get picked off due to this reason. But on the hindsight, yes, the clash is inevitable between these two giants. No, the name is 4 Miracle Vibes and Infinity, but this time 4 Miracle Vibes decides to go towards factory, and eventually if we talk about Infinity, they are looting the Triple C houses. But yes, the thing which wowed us a lot is going to be the play zone. A complete shift towards the western side is going to be there. Not even the northern side, it is a complete shift towards the western side. It could go to Query, it could go to the Gadka 6 houses. But I would love to see a zone coming up towards the Georgipur region because if that compounded zone is going to be there, I am definitely going to see some amazing fights.
Oh, again, the fights, you talk about them, it all starts with the enemies here. It's going to be Infinity and 4MV. Look, that player is yet in the parachute and is already down. Oh my god. Oh my god, Infinity. I still remember in the previous Erangel when, Infinity and 4MV had a fight, it was 4MV who got eliminated and Infinity came up on the top. So this time, it's a revenge time, I would say, for the sides of 4MV. They can actually take this revenge for Infinity. They've already been denied for one of those players, and now it's going to be what these players are just going into. Too ham, too aggressive. Look at them. They do not want to stop. They will directly be a bit aggressive this time. They have one of their players down to the ground, and now they ain't stopping no matter what. Infinity, they need to be a bit careful this time because it's going to be one of those players who is at the exact middle building, which can, actually devastate things a lot more for the sides of Infinity. But what is gonna happen on the other side? We have Big EX Xavier as well. NB Esports. Oh my god, so much happening. Sam9 getting denied this time. NB Esports do have one of their players down to the ground, but they are up covered with enemies all around. Sam9 is just destroying their enemies right now. With left, they have just 2 players remaining. What can these 2 players do? Well, no, now one player from Sam9 gets eliminated. That's going to be second player down to the ground, and Sam9 gets completely deleted from here. No way, Raider. Did we actually expect Erangel to start off in this way? I mean, I did not, to be very honest.
I mean, what a play from MD Esports. I would love to give kudos to the guy which was surviving in the shack, because if he was not there, the third party element, or should I say the element of surprise, would have been not there, and eventually due to that particular factor, maybe NB Esports could be facing the same fate that Sam9 is facing for now. But yeah, all done and dusted. Now let's talk about another fight, because yes, we are bound to see many more fights, to be honest, because the match has just started. So the fight that we are going to talk about is going to be the fight between 2 big giants known as Infinity versus MERICAL Vibes. But look at this guy, Logan, having a Swilk in his hand. He's waiting very patiently. He does knows, he has got an idea where the players could be coming in, and he's holding the stairs. But yes, the other players which are trying to be a bit more pushy also gets taken down with a honey badger. That's a gun that you really do not see a lot in this competitive scenario. And with that, a machete also comes out, takes down the player from Infinity Esports. Another nade is going to come. That is going to be a crucial one. Maybe a knockout could be coming in, but no, that's not the case. More and more utils are also going to get dumped up. But look at that, Desert is also going to be aggressive. Doc is actually going to take down Lobby. With that, the pans are already coming. Oh, the Superman punches are also being there, but the machete, it's going to take this player down to his Lobby. But on the hindsight, if I talk about the last man standing, it's Shorty, waiting very patiently. Has already seen 2 good players getting slayed with those machetes, but I do feel like that Shorty is just going to wait patiently. He's going to take exactly 1 or 2 players down with the rust. But Desert, let's see what kind of output he's going to bring to the table, because Aura Esports versus MEBETEX, this will be a very interesting fight to go with. But the players who have been taken down from Aura Esports is obviously going to be a downfall for them. On the hindsight, as you can see, a complete push is going to be there. S1987 is getting utilized. Yes, takes one down, but another one takes him. A retaliation, a complete exchange comes in with that. Desert definitely gets picked up. Was not expecting that, but there you go, guys. Desert is now at the downfall, but Shorty waiting way too patiently for now as well. Honey Badger in the scene. Yes, the player gets spotted. He's going to take a 1v1. But will it be a successful one? Yes, indeed it is. Oh, he tried to come up with a pan. Oh, the gun was actually on reload, to be honest, but yeah, gets taken down. For MERICAL Vibes this time retaliated, and they have made a statement that for MERICAL Vibes is definitely going to drop in the military base vicinity and is going to be the most fruitful team, because 60-70% of the time whenever we see a team fighting against for MERICAL Vibes in the military base vicinity, be it any other region, the Middle East or some other region as well, it is definitely going to be the team known as for MERICAL Vibes who is going to survive. But on the hindsight, Snape, way too patient with his DBS, gets taken down by 0v2's nade. Oh man, Pompey will be the last one. He's way too far away. That means MEBETEX is going to lose. Oh, sorry. Aura Esports is going to lose 2 good players of their own. It's a 1v2 situation. Pompey, yes, you are kind of, let's say, interesting when it comes to a 1v2 situation, but let's see how far fruitful he can be, how far of a aggression he can show for now. But Pompey being the last man standing, as we can see, trying to get some different insights in his favor. But yes, indeed, he takes one down. Wally, will you be finished off? Oh, he was trying to finish him off, but Zero had a very clear insight that the player might come in. Actually, being a solo player, we do predict that the player is going to come over to the knocked out player and eventually get him taken down. But no, that's not the case, because a beautiful cover was there from MEBETEX Esports, and that's why MEBETEX still survives and still is the team which will be sitting on top of the leaderboard.
We already have 3 teams getting denied in the start itself. I mean, Infinity, Sam9 and Aura. All of these 3 teams have been denied for everything. And look how team MAB, team 4MB and NB is looking right now. The way they've been going up against their enemies and taking them off, it's just looking so good to start things off. But here's the thing. Now, we have a lot of team that can get into a fight, right? So to start things off, now if I talk about the sides of IHC Esports, right now look at the solo player demo. For now, he has 1 player right exactly in front of him, and that's Tobbs. Now Tobbs has a mini 14 to work around with, so it's an upper hand advantage that he has. Just few connection is all that he needs to take his opponents down. So IHC, again, the split that they have in between of all of these players can eventually hurt them back a lot. So they need to be a bit careful here. Now it all goes down to the rotations as well, as it's all down to one last minute remaining for the players to get inside the play zone, to prefer the play zone and to play a bit safer game. When it comes down to play zone, it's all about two approach that these players have: to play edge to edge or to go in the center itself. So both of them do have an advantage and disadvantage, Raider, if we talk about it. I mean, if you go in for a zone to zone play, you might just get caught off guard from your opponent's gatekeeping is a scenario that might hurt you a lot. And when you play, when you just prefer playing in the center of the zone itself, you are surrounded with a lot of enemies, which means you can just be contested from any side, which will hurt you a lot more as compared to zone to zone. So anywhere you go, it is gonna have pros and cons with you. It's all down to the teams and what rotations they right now are looking forward to. Talking about STALWART Esports, I do hear a lot of vehicle sound all around them coming up, them trying to go in for a fight, but IHC, it might be a fight of them took up against the sides of Team T2K. This is going to be a 2v2 and the regions that they've been holding are yet on the top. But there's just one team who's going to come up on the top itself, right?
Well, yeah, definitely out of the two teams which are fighting on the particular Everest that is here right now, obviously one of those teams are going to get taken on. It does feel like that it could be T2K, but on the hindsight, Zeol's HP is also actually at a very low spot. So I do feel like that T2K might be able to get the advantage of both Alex and Zeol as well at the same point. But let's see what will happen at the end, because the eliminations are something which are bound to happen. Godless again with not a lot of HP. A nade is getting cooked up by this guy, and not just one nade. There is going to be a barrage of nades coming in, because that will be a mini red zone coming to the player. Xampian, who had been taken down, is back in the game, but this time it's Zeol who has been picked off. Oh, one of the guys, Demo gets picked off. With that, we are left with Alex and the other guys still surviving in the game. I definitely feel like that T2K can actually get the upper hand, because Godless and the other guys from IHC are not there with the right amount of HP. But what a trade, mate. What a trade coming in. True Love is going to be the last man standing, and he has got inside. He's sitting in the vehicle, spots a player. Yes, Godless is not going to survive, but from the back end, we will see one more player coming in. IHC is about to get taken down, and the DBS shot actually worked out. It's a 1v4 from True Love. What a play, man. Taking down a team known as IHC Esports is not at all easy, and that too with a 1v4. Oh man, that's a statement. That T2K, yes, they were getting picked off in the past two matches way too early, but this time, yes, they will survive, and they will survive with a banger.
Oh, they definitely will. I've been talking so much about DBS these days, and look where it has got all these players. I mean, it is not even a fact of map right now. I mean, even if we are witnessing in Erangel, a Miramar, a Sanhok, any map right here, you will see any player up with that DBS, which will make things worst for their enemies. BTR, STE, two big names once again, right in front, right on top of each other. Who is going to come up on top? Right now, Xavier, the players have been caught off guard. It's going to be Tops trying to take one player down with that Mini 14 connections once again, but will he be allowed to do so? ST is going to be beside the STALWART Esports. I see the one who's been performing so good in the previous matches just got to get taken down. But VOIN, what's that happening with that DBS once again? Look at VOIN. He is just destroying the sides of BTR. I mean, it's all down to two remaining players from the sides of BTR, and it is not looking good for them. I see on the other side, from the side of STALWART Esports, gets completely denied. BTR, they are on the edge of getting eliminated. Raiders, so big names getting eliminated in the start itself. It's so hurtful for all the fans out there, but yet again, it is what it is. BTR, one player down. No, so now it's two. It just might be one more. All smokes away. It's just players getting camouflaged inside the smoke, and there's no vision whatsoever. But with that, VOIN Esports gets eliminated. 2 frags, one onto the other player, and 3 complete eliminations with 2 player loss. STALWART Esports is going to be 2 surviving players. The Z is trying his level best to actually take one player down, but it's getting difficult. Xavier gets completely eliminated on the 10th position. STALWART Esports, the player is holding this compound. I feel so sad for him, but T2K, the grenade goes boom onto his enemy.
Man.
Not just to take him down, to eliminate him completely.
6 frags already there in the hands of True Love. What is happening to that guy? Is he another IC? Is he another desert in making? I mean, he's already there with the potential, but look at him playing in this game, man. What a beautiful play coming from T2K. And due to that zone shift, due to all the teams already concerned over the eastern flanks, I believe, yes, this particular team known as T2K is doing wonders for now. What a play, man. What an interesting type of fight coming in from the corner. I definitely believe things will be changing very rapidly in the later stages as well. As we can see, the circle is getting closed down. 9 good teams, 29 good players are still surviving into the fight. And NB Esports again off to another aggressive stance. Let's see what kind of a closure is going to be there in the game. But NB Esports, as a team who has shown their talent in the previous match as well in the semi-finale. If you guys remember, NB Esports is the one who was able to shut down even NB, and with that they had the massive chicken dinner, and due to that particular chicken dinner they are the ones which are getting qualified in this scenario along with even NB as well. So both of the teams had the win-win situation, but beyond that, Team STALWART Esports is also going to get picked up. BN United again here to, I guess, let's say outperform, outshine, and eventually showcase their own talent, and that's exactly what they're working on right now. They're not giving any kind of chances to the other team, and that's exactly what is it's really very important. But let's see at the end what kind of a closure is going to be there. But look at this zone. What a shift, dude. What a hard shift coming in into the circle, because again 45% of the area is still playable, 55 or let's say 60% of the area is pretty much outside the circle where you won't be able to play. NB Esports and BTR is in a tussle. Even NB Esports is also pretty close. BN United, now they're moving, they're on the move, but even before they can rotate, they have already lost two good players of their team, and third one is about to get taken down. But before that happens, he's going to pick one from 4 MERICAL vibes. It is going to be Wisdom who has been picked off. It's all about Doc. He's going to be a bit more pushy, but from the same side we have Baron also coming into the play. Max LB has been picked off. It will be very difficult for them to survive and maybe bounce back in the game, and that's exactly what I'm worried about. And there you go, MERICAL vibes survives, and MERICAL vibes, how many finishes they have got? 8 amazing eliminations. What a pick that is, man. But Dog, Baron, both of them are getting slayed, because this time it is going to be Team T2K which is going to outshine. Rig already getting damaged a lot. We have another guy trying to rotate with the buggy. Yes, the damage was absolutely on point, but T2K, they will be getting the major output of this particular game, and yes, they are getting multiple frags in their favor, and it does feel like that T2K will be getting the end game advantage because they have got the 4-man power along with NB Esports as well. We can't actually leave NB Esports on the back ends. Mondo is trying to get a revival. Akase on the corner already gets 1v4, and after that they were having 5 amazing eliminations as well. With that, BTR also gets taken down. We are left with MABETEX is too good player, DRS is full man advantage, same goes for NB Esports and T2K. But even NB Esports, that's the team I'm looking forward to, because that particular team, well, they can outshine, they can bring in some A games for now, and I'm definitely looking forward to see how that happens, because yeah, DRS, what a team, what a, I guess, interesting play of this particular team is going to be like. But DRS, Slayer, being one of those players who is here to, I guess, let's say, get as many finishes that's possible. But Yahiko is there, and we have Garo as well, we have Shams. That means DRS's the main lineup is not here, and this time they're going to play pretty passively, and they're going to have as many as position points as possible. So for now they've got at least 3 good position points. They have found a very beautiful compound in the particular circle beyond the hospital region, but I do feel like that T2K is going to completely come up with a slam onto this compound, and if the slam comes in, oh man, DRS will be off to a very good start, because this is the time where DRS should be getting some good finishes, and I do believe T2K Esports is just going to give it to them. But before that happens, Sketch finds one. It's Shams who has been picked off. Another nade goes in. Maybe it is going to be fruitful, but oh yeah, it is. Slayer gets picked off. That's impressive. That's interesting, because now when Slayer has been taken down, the other guys are also going to struggle a lot. XMPL also gets picked off. We are left with True Love. We are left with the other guy from T2K. But TRS, they are on the verge of getting eliminated, because only one player is surviving in Garo. He is in the mollies. He's obviously going to get picked off. There's no questions about that. And there you go. DRS gets picked off at the 5th position with just 1 elimination. That means on, I guess, let's say, sweet note, they have got 4 position points, 4 total points, and that's all they are going to get. That means a total of 16 points is what they're going to have, and maybe PLAYBOOK Esports is now going to be the team which is stuck at the bottom after playing 4 good matches. But remember guys, today we are going to have, I guess, at least 5 matches. There could be a possibility where the 6 matches also going to come in, but even before that we have T2K, NB Esports, even NB and MABETEX still fighting back, still retaliating, still getting the job done, and we can clearly see how the effectiveness is going to get affected, I guess. But let's see at the end what kind of a closure is going to be, because Rig waiting patiently. I would love to see at the end what kind of a totalizer will be coming in from the corner as well, but I feel like that maybe Rig, True Love, and the other guy from T2K can actually have the end game in their favor because of the eliminations they've already secured. But even NB starting it off for now. Sprays goes in. Sinister was about to take the player down, but is it going to be easy? Well, there you go. K9 from the back end also comes up with a cover. Not just that, the other guy is also going to get finished off. But what was that? Rig, that was a commitment, mate. That was a big commitment. Trying to come up with a Kupaji, eliminating the player with a slam, and that's exactly what was fruitful for them. But Rig now has to be in the circle. But look at this beautiful zone damage that is coming in. But meanwhile, coming into the circle, they will have a beautiful chunk out of it, because this is still the 4th zone which is about to get taken down. That means the zone damage is not going to be that amplified. NB Esports is pretty close to them. We had even NB Esports also trying to be back in the zone, but there you go. NB Esports, even NB Esports, multiple teams now trying to rotate back to the 5th circle, which is again going to be very demanding, and the only team which can pull up a full stop onto that particular team is known as the NB Esports. And I do feel like that NB Esports can actually have the end game because of their man advantage, because of the angles that they are having in this particular game. And to be honest, NB Esports is there with the aggression as well. Fistboy, just one frag. Mondo with one frag. But Hitman, where are you, buddy? From A1 NB Esports, he's trying to rotate. He's trying to get some good insights. Yes, the vehicle tires are about to get burst out. If the sprays would have been kind of, let's say, precise, yes, exactly like that would have been happened. But T2K, still struggling. They've got an insight that the players are already here pretty close to them. They've got a glider as well coming up. A Total Officer gets taken down with that. The open opportunity of a slam direct hit could be there, and that's exactly what I'm looking forward to, because if that direct hit is going to be, it will be absolutely amazing. Look at that. Total Officer waiting very patiently for a revival, but before that, Rig has to come up with a 1v4 situation at least. A 1v3 to be honest, at least a 1v3 has to be there in order to come up with a survival like factor coming in. But the Molos, the Utils that are going to get dumped up are just going to be very, very amazing. And there you go. Hitman gets ready off. The damage was there, quite a 1.1, but that nade will be the end one. That nade will be the last one. I do believe that. DBS comes in the hands, but before that happens, another DBS will be there, and that's Sketch, who is going to take down the team known as T2K Esports and Total Officer, and the other guy Rig has also been slayed. Now it's NB Esports, MEBETEX, and even NB Esports. These three big giants are still surviving. The tap shots are coming in. It's MEBETEX Esports who can have the end game in their favor. There could be a direct slam coming in pretty soon, but remember, the 5th play zone is what we are looking at, and whenever the zone comes in, things will be a bit more difficult for MEBETEX Esports. But fortunately, I guess MEBETEX Esports is still going to have the zone advantage. Hitman again, look at them. A lot of headshots are getting connected. What a beautiful tap shot coming in from Wally, but his helmet is already damaged, so he should not be that much peaky, because if he is going to be that much chaotic, obviously the position is going to get revealed, and maybe a direct slam could be coming in from NB Esports. I'm definitely going to look forward to that. So I'm looking forward to see how far the eliminations are going to get escalated and what kind of impact is going to be. But Wally and the other guys, they're still waiting quite patiently, to be honest, but still not being that effective is going to be the case for them. And K9 players like Sekujin is there from NB Esports. Akazo, Fizz by Mondo. I'm definitely counting on Akazo and Mondo for now to come up with a chicken dinner, because if NB Esports secures the chicken dinner, remember guys, their position is just going to escalate from 8th to at least top 4, top 5 positions. That's what I'm looking at. I definitely want to see that kind of a play coming in. But there you go, Wally, the damage is there. Oh man, still not enough to completely put down the player. Some more smokes are going to get cooked up, but before that, the nades are going to be there. Maybe Hitman could be the one who's going to get picked off pretty soon. The guns are going to get switched up. Yes, they are back in the formation. Feels like that 0v2 could be having the end game from the compounds, but before that, in the outskirts of the particular compound, we have Wally trying to fight back, trying to get as many as finishers as possible. And it does feel like that Sketch is going to have a very beautiful angle into the player, and maybe with that he's going to take down Wally. But look at him creeping along the alleyway, because remember guys, Wally is the top fragger for now. He's the one who is actually on the top of the leaderboard whenever we talk about the top fraggers list. So I do feel like that Wally is just going to have that kind of, let's say, anticipation in his favor. On the hindsight, when we talk about Mondo, Fizzboy, Bekujin and the other players, they are also waiting very, very, very patiently, and 0v2 still not have any idea, but Wally gets taken down. Unfortunate that Akazo does it. Akazo spots Wally, and with that, yes, MEBETEX Esports says 0v2 is going to be the last one standing. Actually, his usual name is 0v2, but for now he is 0524. I believe that is going to be a different ID of his own. But yeah, Fizzboy pushing forward, maybe getting the advantage is going to be the case, but let's see what kind of impact they are going to bring to the table, because again, it's MEBETEX Esports. You can't let them go that loosely, you can't let them survive that easily. But the Molos, oh man, there you go, the damage is coming in from the Molotov cocktail, and due to that, yes, a complete push will be coming in. But that nade, actually, he took himself down. With that, even NB Esports and NB Esports are the last 2 players surviving. It's pretty much a similar situation of what we had in the map of Sanhok. It's a kind of a similar situation, to be honest, but let's see at the end who will have the closure. Will it be Sketch? Will it be K9? Will it be Hitman against the team known as NB Esports? Because the players who had been knocked out are back in the game. Now it's a clear 3v4 type of situation coming in. Sketch again getting damaged a lot. K9 gets picked off with a beautiful spray coming in from Fizzboy. That means the players which are going to be left over there is going to be basically Sketch and Hitman, and they are doing the heavy lifting, but Akazo finds him. Akazo is going to take one more down, and with that we are left with the last one standing. He also gets picked off with a beautiful nade or a spray, if I'm not wrong. Was that a nade? Okay, I guess that was a nade. But NB Esports secures a beautiful chicken dinner finally, and with that chicken dinner, yes, they are finally going to be back in the game. I was expecting a lot from their corner, but yeah, in the latest stages, things changed very, very rapidly, and due to that formation, I definitely believe NB Esports' performance, or maybe let's say the jump in the leaderboard, is just going to be mesmerizing. So I'm happy about it. I'm kind of, let's say, I was not expecting that NB Esports is going to have that stronghold, because we had A1 and B, we had MABETEX with the manpower, we had BTR as well. But after the dissipation of BTR from NB Esports, I thought for a moment like, yeah, Kazo, he is actually on a roll. Mondo, he's actually on a very aggressive note. If you talk about Sekujin, he didn't have some initial finishes, but in the later stages, he definitely was able to grasp as many as finishes that was possible in his favor. And due to that formation, I believe, yes, a large, big, let's say, comeback is there from the corner, and I'm happy about it. Like, yeah, kind of happy, but at the same point, kind of, let's say, speculating what will happen and how much of a leaderboard shift will be there in the leaderboard. But yeah, there you go. Let's talk about the winner chicken and teams. NB Sports Mondo, 746 damage. Damage taken is going to be just 420. Pretty much actually on the half a note. 3 good eliminations is which is going to put them at a very good spot. Sek on the other corner with 243 damage and not even a single frag is definitely going to be one of those support player for the team in this match. On hindsight, Akazo, look at him, 7 frags, man. Akazo, you were on a roll in this match. Fizzboy on the other corner, 2 good eliminations, 3 good knockouts were also there. So yes, the assists were also coming in, no doubt in that. But at the end, it is NB Esports which is crowned as the champions of this particular game, and not with a small margin, to be honest, because they have approximately 12 finishes, I guess. 12 finishes along with the chicken dinner, that will sum up to a 22-pointer bomber. And BN United, yes, they have been declined with the hat trick that we were expecting. I really thought that there will be a hat trick type of situation coming in, but no, that's not the case. And in this grand finale, match number 3 of day number 2, presented by Lidoma, Asia SA versus SEA Open Challenge. Yes, we do see NB Esports being the team champion, but let's talk about the teams to watch. We have NB Esports, G2K, even NB, and along with them, we do have MABETEX Esports as well. T2K, yes, kudos to their performance. They had 9 or 10 eliminations, I believe. So it was a large chunk of finishes that they were able to gather, but rotating from the shooting range from Severny towards the areas of, like, let's say, Georgipur Southwest to City, definitely they were able to rotate for 9.7 kilometers, which is again a huge distance to go up with. But NB Esports, kudos to their rotation as well. MABETEX pretty close to the circuit. They were trying to fight back. They were trying to get as many points as possible. Although were not that fruitful, but in the highlights you will get to see how it all started. Infinity versus MERICAL Vibes, and that was a very big early loss that was about to come for NB Esports for MERICAL Vibes. But eventually the, I guess, cover was there. Snape on the other corner was also very fruitful with his own DPS, but eventually at the same point, when it comes to the cover of Team MABETEX, it was just so effective, and they were able to get those covers in a right corner, and eventually with that, Zero and the other guy from MABETEX Volley survived a lot. BN United, they also tried to outperform. They were able to take down STALWART Esports, but in a similar instant, the other team from MERICAL Vibes actually slammed onto the compound, and due to that, Porsche was taken down. The other guys were also getting picked off. Break was the last one who was also in a 1v2 situation. Took down one player, but the next 1v2 that came in from MERICAL Vibes was just not that easy to cope up with. But at the same point, we had a large slam coming in from T2K as well, and that T2K, that particular team was actually very, very fruitful. But when we talk about DRS versus G2K, again it was T2K which was so comfortable with their own finishes, with their own momentum. And at the same point, we had MABETEX Esports fighting with NB Esports, but then even NB Esports came into the picture, and they also got picked off. The last man standing, Hitman, was also there pretty close to the circuit, but he also gets traded off, and with that, the highlights are pretty much over. I do feel like that even NB Esports had the end game in their favor in a very good fashion. The way they played was just so amazing. So I'm happy about it. But moving forward, let's go to the overall standing, and there you go. The overall standing of grand finale day number 2 is going to come in. It's MABETEX Esports still sitting on top. 9 good points is what they're going to get in this particular matchup. But look at MERICAL Vibes again here to be crowned as the leaderboard toppers. Because remember, guys, they had 45 points after the 4 good matches of day number 1. But eventually, day number 3's 3 good matches have already happened. It's for MERICAL Vibes, which is still struggling with 62 points. Nick Xavier drops down to the 3rd position. BN Russia drops down to the 4th. T2K, what a jump, man! Massive jump, to be honest. 52 amazing points. NB Esports, again, their jump is also kind of, let's say, considerable with 46 points, or Esports 37, one with 36. Let's go to the second page as well, so that we have a clear idea of what happened in the second page. But guys, all in all, the performance that is coming in from VOIN Esports was not that on point, to be honest. In this particular matchup, they went out way too early. That's exactly what we don't want to see in a formation like that. And yeah, whenever this happens, obviously a position is just going to drop down a lot. STALWART Esports 35 points, IHC with 31, BIGETRON Red Villains with 30 points, even NB Esports 29 points, Team Infinity with 28, SEM9 with 24 points, and kudos to DRS for finally being back in the game. 16 amazing points, 4 good points were there in this particular matchup, which is again not that effective, but yes, they survived a lot, which is again a very good sight and a very good situation for them. But these are the overall standing, guys. 8 good matches of the grand finals have already happened, and we are looking forward to see, I guess, let's say 12 more matches approx 12 more matches. 12 or 13 more matches are going to be there. Don't worry about that, guys. I guess 7 matches have happened because yesterday we had just 4 matches. But for now, in the terms of top fraggers, we have a new face coming in, and the name is Mist, who has 2 more finishes when we compare them to the previous top fragger, which was the MEBETEX's Volley. True Love on the other corner also gets 14 amazing eliminations. MEBETEX's Desert is there with 13. BN's Break with 12 eliminations. With that, guys, the top fraggers list is also going to go out of the equation, and I do feel like that East now has got the momentum, maybe able to bounce back once again in the map of Miramar and also the Sanhok which is left. Maybe there is going to be the 6th match as well, and all the informations are going to get relayed, guys. Don't worry about that. You will get to know every single information pretty soon. But yeah, for now, this is it, guys. 3rd match is done. 2 more matches to go, and yes, after that, quick short break. We'll be back to see what happens in the 4th match. Well, guys, after a quick short break, yes, we are open to see what will happen in the Lidoma Presents SA versus SE Open Challenge. And for now, I believe in the grand finals, like 7 good matches have already happened, 3 today, and
Yeah.
eventually 4 matches happened yesterday as well. And a hat trick, which was bound to happen, has been broken by the team known as NB Esports. BN United went out way too early. And in order to see what will happen in the next match, remember, guys, the match of Miramar is bound to happen. Yes, things will change. It will change very rapidly because when we talk about the last few matches of a particular day, teams are trying to be a bit more committed to actually go up with the aggressive stance so that they can have as many as jumps that will be there in the leaderboard. But NB Esports, after that massive 22-pointer bomber, they have jumped from 12th position to the 6th position. That was a massive jump.
Oh yeah, definitely was a massive jump. I definitely have missed some portions of the fights that happened in the previous match itself, and I actually feel so sad to, let my deadly duo be the one who's alone on desk. But hey, I'm back once again, and this deadly duo will definitely continue from here on. So yeah, coming back to matches once again, as said, BN United, I do feel sad for them. The fact that they had a chance in converting those hat trick for themselves, they eventually got denied. And B Sports, I mean, I did not witness what all happened. But to what I know, a lot of third parties came into one small compound, which eventually denied a lot of players. But coming down to Miramar once again, similar fly path. I mean, to start things off, again, a cut that we are witnessing right from water treatment, Del Patron. We have Graveyard, Lost Leon is they all are having a cut in center itself. So it's going to be a bit devastating for the teams. And I do see two teams taking such an early drop. I mean, look at them getting off so early out of the plane.
Also, guys, there is a small information for all of you guys if who wants to gain the seamless experience of witnessing these amazing matches. Remember, guys, we are going to shift very soon onto Loco. Make sure to actually go ahead and check out the page of Lidoma Asia on Loco as well so that you have the clear insight of how the game is going to go. But yeah, guys, till now, yes, we are on the YT, but pretty soon we are going to take a switch. So be ready for that as well. And all of you who have not yet installed the Loco app, make sure to do it for now because yes, in the grand finals you will see some sudden shifts every now and then into the Loco so that the action will be resumed on that particular page. But for YT people, yes guys, make sure to be ready for the switch. But for now, as you said, Darshita, we have a lot of clash coming in. It does feel like that Semlan is going to take one player. I don't know which particular team that was. It could be STALWART Esports, it could be some other team who has lost one good player of their own. But yes, Semlan taking that initial advantage will be absolutely amazing. But this time, yes, the diagonal fight path was also there, kind of diagonal. But along with that, an edgy play zone is also there. Due to that, MABETEX will have to rotate, Aura will have to rotate, multiple teams like T2K have to rotate pretty soon. But BN United is in a tussle with IHC and that too in the Picardo region. Well, there you go, man. The clash is absolutely going to be amazing.
Oh, well, it is, but look at the play zone. This time, I do feel your feelings have been so understood by the, gods itself. I mean, looking at the play zone, I feel it's going to be so messed up. Look at all teams who are outside the play zone and compare it to the teams who are inside. Now, by any chance, if this play zone decides to go towards Shumashara, Del Valle, or Ladrilla, it's done for these players. They need to make an early move inside the zone itself. But to start things off, we already have a fight from the sides of BTR, the Bigetron. Once the Red Villains out here, they are already on a fight from the sides of NB, the one who got a chicken dinner in the previous match, and that's one player getting fist. Oh, that's hurtful. It's so hurtful to get eliminated by getting fist.
But in a battle like this, I guess this will happen.
Ouch. That's hurting me. That's definitely hurting me. But to start things off, BTR has found two good frags out of their name. On the other sides, we have IHC as well getting into fights with the sides of BN United. Two chicken dinners after which BN United got caught off guard quite early in the previous Erangel map, and now coming down to Miramar, it's the same case with them. They have eliminated two players from the sides of IHC, which means they do have that numbers for themselves. So 4v2 is what the ask is for the sides of BN United right now, but the players who are lying low on HP. Zoil. No, he gets denied. Max takes him down, eliminates him completely, and it all goes down to Godless being the last player. He finds one, he eliminates the player completely, and now he is just gonna switch on to all those UMPs, Thompsons, UMPs and everything. But for now, Godless has one more player. Oh, look at how many damage he's given. Why do you have to show your back to your enemy? If you do that, that's gonna be so so deadly. Two players are done and dusted, and it's a 1v4. The ask is a 1v4. BN United. These lads are making a big mistake out here. Why? Solo peek to one remaining player who can actually destroy you for now. Godless. Will he be able to call this off? He has a big chance of converting this 1v4 onto his name. The revival is already beginning now. It's going to be very difficult, but he goes a bit aggressive. Gets punished from the sides of BN, and that's him done and dusted. But here's the thing. If the players would have continued to go in for solo peaks rather than going up as a team, it would have been the entire team getting eliminated. We have talked about it so much, right? When solo players, when there's just one single player remaining in the compound, you need to go up as a team so that the cover fires could be provided to your teammate. At the same time, if the solo players, find at least one, he takes him down, he urges to completely eliminate that player. So it can be a number loss as well, and that's the same case with the sides of B, and they've lost numbers now.
Yeah, BN United definitely they've lost two good players. I guess one good player of the particular team. But on the hindsight, if you talk about their formation, yes, they've got 4 good eliminations, and that too of a team known as IHC, which was just so kind of, let's say, confident as well, which was willing to take up a clash between these two giants. I believe if IHC would have survived in this game, the initial momentum that IHC would have got from that particular elimination of BN United, it would have changed everything. But for now, let's talk about what happened. So yeah, it was IHC who tried to be tried to be a little bit, let's say, favorable, tried to be a little bit more aggressive. At the same point, the player jumped out of the building. He tried to bounce back in the arena, but eventually gets taken down. But for now, if we talk about even NB Esports, who were denied with the chicken dinner by NB Esports, so I would love to see how even NB Esports is going to retaliate in this particular matchup, because their positioning is already there at the 12th position for now. 1 or 2 good chicken dinners is not going to make their day. They have to take at least 3 or 4 chicken dinners in the upcoming matches. I'm not talking about like just this day, but remember guys, 2 more days of beautiful matches are going to be there. Maybe approximately 11 more matches after this day gets over are going to be there. If the 6th match is also going to be there tomorrow, or maybe day after tomorrow. So for now, if I talk about Sem9, again, a very interesting team, because we don't see that much of a pick coming in from Sem9 perspectives. But whenever they fight like a very good, in a very good formation. To be honest, they've got 4 good eliminations. The full man power is already there. They've got the right guns, the right utils. When it comes to the smokes, when it comes to the, like, let's say, attachment on the guns, I believe they're ready with that as well. Infinity and IHC, this is the clash that is bound to happen in the El Pozo region. This time it didn't happen in the Monte Nuevo as well. So IHC decided to drop down towards the Picardo region, which is again an uncharted territory for a team who has not got the initial drop. Whenever you're dropping initially, you have to go for those locations where you're a bit more favorable of the covers that you can attain in your favor. And that's exactly which backfired on IHC for a moment, and that's why BN United took the initial advantage in their favor. But for now, we have multiple teams surviving with the full manpower except BN United. That's the only team which is there with just 3 good players of their own. But for now, they are repatching themselves. They are getting to the 100% HP. That is pretty much crucial for the next fight to happen. But on the hindsight, if we talk about MERICAL vibes, look at them looting the area of Shumashera. There is nobody to fight back with them. And in the previous matchup as well, where MERICAL vibes was able to shut down the team known as BN United, will it be a similar situation? Have to see that as well, because the first play zone is already on the verge of getting extinct.
Oh, well, yes, it is definitely. All these players, they need to be very, very careful. To start things off, we're already up with 15 teams. I mean, there's one team who's not joining us, but more than that, it's all down to 12 teams for now. So in the first stage itself, we've seen so much happening. We've seen 3 teams getting eliminated in the start itself, which means that a lot more actions is what is awaited for now. Talking about the side of STALWART Esports, I do see all the 4 players still surviving. I mean, every time you have a look at STALWART Esports, it's them in the beginning who are at a peace. They do not want to go in a bit aggressive. They don't want mess. They don't want anything. They want to take fights in the end zone. And when it comes down to end zone survival, STALWART Esports is actually, looking so good with all these amazing players that they have. The way IC has been performing in the previous matches itself, you see, the survival game, it goes down so good for the sides of STALWART Esports. But the numbers is what is not getting carry forwarded, which sometimes get these players into a lot of problems. Now, when it comes down to Miramar, we've talked about it so much that it all goes down to your rotations, to your vehicles, to your zone preferences as well, because at the end, Miramar is more like a map which is highly tilted towards your rotations, because if you get caught off guard on your rotations, this might be very, very vulnerable for you. The ridge game here is so strong that a player right in front of you can take you down and push you out of that vehicle just put you down to your knees, and that's how strong it is for you to make sure your rotations are so good, and also with your teammates, because again, you never know when you get a surprising factor. But for now, BN again getting finished from the sides of Sem9 is something I do have my eyes on. It's a start to the fight where Sem9, one player shuts down one player from the sides of BN United, which means BN, it's for them. They started off on a very good note, but for now, the way they've been losing players, it's not looking good for them. I mean, look, Posh is already down to the ground, and Sem9, they've decided to go a bit aggressive in this entire compound. They are trying to take down and eliminate the player completely who is, or down to his knees. But hey, guys, if you want to see us continuing this action, you need to shift towards Loco as well. Yes, we'll be completely directing our flow towards Loco. So I hope to see all of you guys on Loco watching this live with all these actions and all these fights between Sem9 and BN United.
Yeah, definitely, guys, go ahead and tune in onto Lucas, so you are not going to miss any single frag coming in from these amazing giants. But for now, yes, M9 is actually in a trouble because they have a player who has got the height advantage. But BN United, look at them, Break taking the advantage, but Break also gets taken down by Time. That's a beautiful shift of momentum coming in, and with that knockout, definitely the elimination of Break is going to be there. But 6 good eliminations, that's what we really needed from BN United, and this is one of those matches where BN United can again be very consistent at the same point, very effective as well. But Xavier, what is happening to you? Because your positioning is also getting tumbled down from second to third to fourth. I'm not expecting that particular pick coming in from your corners. I definitely want to see what BN United is going to do and what Xavier is going to do in order to have their own, I guess, advantage in the game. But T2K, they are also in a close circuit. BN United, Max LB, the last man standing, tries to fall back completely, but obviously gets damaged a lot from T2K. But I believe he will be able to fall back completely from the scenario. But Infinity's, the Lobby XY is going to take the drop advantage, which will give them the blessing in disguise of level 3 helmets and level 3 gears, to be honest. But apart from that, whichever gun he's going to pick from the drop, maybe it could be a light machine gun, MG3 light machine gun, it could be an OM also come into the factor, and this is the best map to utilize at OM. BTR on the other corner, after taking down 2 good eliminations, this team is again going to be a bit more dormant in the Minas regions.
Oh, well, yes, that is going to be the case. BN United, so sad for them. For now, they do get completely eliminated, which means that we have one more team saying us an early goodbye in the map of Miramar itself. I mean, quite shocking to not see early fights happening here on. I mean, look at that. We've been seeing Miramar getting so aggressive at a point of time, but now when it comes down to all these remaining players, it's all 11 teams having so much of breathing space between them. Talking about Xavier for now, all of the 4 players surviving with 2 good frags under their name, but on the other side, STALWART Esports, this might be a call for fight. Look at them having enemies all around, and for now it's gonna be 4MV. Every time you look at 4MV, you'll see them having a fight with one or the other team. I mean, when it goes down to Erangel, it's Infinity as their favorite enemies, I would say, in the military base itself. We've seen this happening again and again, but 4MV now to start things off, it's VOIN as well. So now it goes down to the third team entering this entire fight, which is going to get this into a lot of difficulties. But for now, STALWART Esports is not just going to show their visibility no matter what, but IC has been caught from the sides of high, if I'm not wrong, and that's going to be BTR. So imagine what's going to happen here. 4MB versus ST, where we have VOIN and BTR in the play as well. So it's going to be so interesting.
Well, indeed, the interesting fight is going to be there, no doubt in that. But BTR is trying to, let's say, have a beautiful stronghold at this point rather than fighting back and rather than being the center of protection for some other teams. That's exactly why this team is going to be a bit more dormant. But I would love to see at the end what kind of a closure BTR is going to come up with, because yes, BTR has lost a very amazing amount of match, to be honest. They are stuck at the 10th position. There is a large hope that maybe Sem9 is going to jump up over there, and eventually it could be even it could be Infinity as well. But DRS again at a loss. MERICAL Vibes also trying to rotate. STALWART Esports tried to damage out the player. Nizet again gets picked off as well, because he's also getting damage from the players of MERICAL Vibes, because yeah, Shumasara is one of those vicinity where MERICAL Vibes is kind of, let's say, eased off when it comes to their rotation and angles as well. But there you go, top swings one. Baron 922 has been picked off. Apex 922 is already getting picked off. It's all about Doc. It's all about the other guy from team for MERICAL Vibes. I would love to see if the revival is going to come, but I do feel like that the revival is just not going to be that easy. I see, look at him also exploring a very beautiful angle. I would love to see what kind of pick will be there, but Action, my beloved guy, is already there in the game, and I do feel like that if he is in the game, he can easily change the trajectory of this whole match in his favor. But Wally and the whole team of MABETEX is also coming up in a closer by vicinity with the third party, and that third party, to be honest, is just going to be a bit more tough for the players of MERICAL Vibes to come up with a revival. At the same point, for STALWART Esports to push, they have to avoid the third party. They have to shut down somehow that third party coming in from Team MABETEX in order to go ahead and get the push done and dusted. But Baron gets taken down, and this is STALWART Esports, which is also going to wreak the havoc. There you go. He retaliates. The top fragger of the leaderboard is already here for now. Nizar is also coming up with a nade, but that nade, will it impact or not? Have to see that. Icy finds him. What a beautiful spray coming in. That was a lot of body shots coming to the play. With that, Doc will be the last one. The only ray of hope. But Chuma Sera, it is again going to get denied with the next circle.
Oh, well, yes, it's going to be the case for now. STE on the other side, 2 eliminations out of their name. 4MV is getting denied for everything. Right now, they've lost 3 of their players, and it all goes down to one remaining player who's trying to survive as much as he can. Right inside that panic room for now, things are not looking good for him, as there's going to be a lot of throwables from the sides of STE. Action comes into action out there, takes out one nade, and that's the end of 4MV as well. Ladies and gentlemen, what is this way to actually end this fight? But now the fights have not been ended. Action! No!
What?
No! That's gonna hurt! STE, that is gonna hurt a lot, and now it all goes down to one remaining player. One nade being pulled off, a lot of util games being pulled off from the sides of Team STE, which is gonna get T2K into a lot of problems. But the ask here is gonna be a 1 versus 4. One pinpoint precise grenade goes boom onto that enemy out there, shuts him down. But again, a 1v3 is what the ask is, and it's gonna be one more team reigning in havoc on T2K, which means STE for now they can be at a safer spot, but the player who's down to the ground can just be eliminated at any point of time. Look at that, how aggressive the player is. But before even he could do anything, he gets denied, and that's going to be T2K who comes up on the top. A lot of fight has been happening in this specific vicinity, but action! I mean, what exactly did went wrong there?
I guess the panic situation of a nade coming onto his window was something which maybe backfired onto them, and that's exactly how maybe STALWART Esports is now out of the equation. But on the other side, T2K tried to rotate back, but what was that rotation, dude? They were slamming right onto a boulder, and that's exactly why T2K Esports is going to lose maybe one potential player of the team. On the hindsight, Semnan is also trying to be way too aggressive, and the only team which can put a full stop on them for now in this vicinity is going to be DXavier with the full burn power. Molos are coming to the play. True Love finds another one. It's MEBETEX Esports which is going to have the end laugh in the particular fight. But before that happens, DXavier's Passion also has been taken down. It's going to be a tough battle for Team Sem9 to be honest. But yes, Sem9 is doing everything from their potential corners to put a full stop. Wally was a pretty get taken down, but Desert rewards back. Rig is going to be the last hope over the team. He's going to heal himself first of all so that he can be back in the game. But what was that? Lamborghini, yes, he took one down, but eventually gets traded off as well. DXavier is going to lose 2 good members, but also going to take down 2 good players, or should I say 1 good player of that particular team as well. And there you go. Just as predicted, MEBETEX Esports is going to have the end game in their favor when we talk about the fight between them and T2K. So yeah, MEBETEX survives with kind of, let's say, a decent manpower. They've got all the 4 players back in the game. They're outside the circle. That's something which is again going to be a bit more messy, but they might lose 1 or 2 players at most. But on the hindsight, if we talk about Sem9, BTR, even NB Esports, Infinity, they are struggling, but at the same point, they are there in the fight. But Sem9, what a beautiful fight that was. 10 good eliminations. That is just so huge. But Sem9 have also lost their 2 potential players, and now left with just the last 2 players of Sem9.
Oh, well, it's just getting so interesting for now. I mean, look at what all is happening. VOIN on the other side, they was trying to make a third party between STE. Eventually, they are on a safer side for now. Look at them up with 4 remaining players for them. It's gonna hurt a lot, but again, all these teams have got eliminated early, have lost onto so much. When it comes down to Miramar, you just have a chance to, have an higher edge advantage and then capitalize over that entire situation. But now, will that be the case is still yet to be a question for all these players. On the other sides, we have VOIN Esports as well. That's going to be 1 elimination that they have, but that's all about it for now. Mini 14 is what I do have my eyes onto, but those actions is something that I am still missing. VOIN Esports any moment can have a fight with the sides of NB that's still surviving. That's going to be the sides of A1 NB Esports for now. Yes, they can actually convert this from here on, but will they get a chance to VOIN Esports? As I said, it's going to be very difficult for them, and it all starts with NB taking 1 player down from the sides of VOIN. An instant revival will, yes, be provided, but the question is, will NB go in for a rush play? Will they aggress? Will they go in to, push their enemies directly? For now, I don't feel like that's going to be the case.
See, pushing for now is just going to be very, very, I guess, let's say risky. Because
Yeah,
obviously
it
a lot
is.
of third parties could be coming in. Yeah, and from multiple angles, players could be shot down while pushing forward. If you have the right vehicles, maybe a pickup truck or maybe a minivan, maybe then the push might be fruitful. But apart from that, the buggies, the bikes are something which is just going to be unformidable, and also the Mirados along with that. But VOIN Esports, look at them. This is the first match from, like, let's say day number 2 where VOIN Esports is still surviving in the top 8, top 7 positioning, because every now and then they were getting picked off. And I do feel like that VOIN Esports could be having the end game in their favor. Volley on the other corner gets picked off. That's MABETEX Esports losing one good player of their own, but they are still at the top position in the leaderboard. That means even if MABETEX Esports for now gets taken out, they're going to get at least 1 position points. And apart from that, the 4 amazing eliminations are going to be an asset for them. But yes, let's talk about the next circle. I'm definitely looking forward to see where it could be. But Sem9 against MABETEX, I believe Sem9 could be taken down pretty soon, because Kenny will be the last man standing. He's the only ray of hope, and there you go. Gojo decides to take him down with a beautiful nade, and all the other guy was trying to do was to come up with a good position, and that's exactly what they got. They had a very good insight, and with that, the nade kills are coming in. The formations are looking very, very good. And Gojo is already there with the triple elimination. Snape on the other corner is also going to be there. The Professor Snape of Team Aura is still surviving. He's a lone wolf, if I'm not wrong. Not Aura, I believe that is some other team. But I would love to see how Aura is going to, I guess, inculcate the kind of aggression that is really very important for now. It's exactly what VOIN Esports has to come up with, because their aggression is also somewhere out of the equation. But Hands for You gets taken down by even NB Esports, or a beautiful play coming in from even NB as well. But will it be a complete elimination for Hands for You, or a complete revival coming in? Because Vampire is already there. Sinister now gets picked off with a beautiful headshot coming in from Aura. DO3 was not expecting that pick, but DO3 also gets exchanged. The Sketch, who is going to be a bit more pushy, but before that happens, Snape is going to be a bit more pushy as well with the DBS. He's going to maybe possibly stop the aggression coming in, and that's exactly what he's going to come up with. Vampire also survives. Snape is going to get denied, but yeah, Snape and Vampire, both of them still surviving, and the other guy, Hands for You, who really demanded the revival, is also going to be back in the game. We are now left with just top 5 teams, even in B Esports, a complete elimination for them, and VOIN Esports now wants to come up with the advantage, and they might just be able to do it, because Hands for You, Vampire, both of them are not there with the right amount of HP. And also, if I talk about DO3, his revival is something which might be out of the equation because they're outside the circle.
Oh, 5 teams remaining for now. Playzone is going to hurt the players of Aura as well. Look at that. Playzone taking down one of those lives away is something they need to be careful about. For now, things are just getting so heated up. I mean, all these players, all these 5 surviving teams, they are on the urge of getting into a close vicinity fight very soon. VOIN on the other side, if you talk about them, look at them having a fight to the sides of, I feel it's MAB if I'm not wrong. Aura on the other side is trying to, oh, that's Aura, my bad. That's Aura for now. And there's going to be MAB quite in the back itself. So VOIN Preman, it could be one player down, but from the behind itself, it has to be MAB who puts down Aura Snappy, and this might be one kill rolling into the sides of VOIN. But will they be able to convert this? For now, they need to make their way inside the play zone, and they are running low on their HPs. That means that if enemies see those vehicles and they try to punish these players, they can easily take them down. Pawa Air trying to go in to heal himself completely up before running towards the zone itself. Now I do feel scared for the sides of VOIN. Will they be able to actually make inside the play zone? No! Snappy gets denied out there outside the play zone itself. VOIN is trying to deny the players of Aura, and I feel it's going to be the end for Aura itself. It is just so looking difficult for the sides of Team Aura to actually survive out of the situation. On the other side, we have BTR with 2 kills, and now make it a third one as Air has to go down. Aura is just left with one remaining single player, tries to go in for a space, take 1 players down. Will he be able to completely eliminate it? The answer is no. He isn't able to do that. He gets denied, and that's going to be Aura getting eliminated out of the play zone itself. That's hurt so much, right?
Yeah, definitely. When you have got that knockout coming in, you're trying to get that elimination and eventually get traded off by the play zone, or maybe there's some third-party perspective. Obviously, it's going to hurt a lot, but eventually you have to play the timing right. You have to be in the circle if you really want to get the end game in your favor. Yes, Aura Esports was trying to do that, but eventually got caught off by both MABETEX and also VOIN Esports, and it was just so fun to watch, to be honest. As a viewer, yes, we are looking at a very good clash coming in, but eventually got up with the teams. Yes, this struggle is real. BTR on the other corner, oh, they were still surviving with a full manpower, but for now, the struggle comes in because their boy kill has been taken down. The guy who is just one of the most aggressive one has been taken down, but Infinity, you are about to get taken down by VOIN. What a beautiful spray transfer that was from VOIN Esports' perspective. Obviously, with the scope getting opened up, when you have the 4x scope, obviously retaliating with that kind of, let's say, gun switch is just not going to be that easy, but VOIN is just doing a wonderful job of maybe just taking down the whole team of Infinity, because I guess the last man standing is still there. Oh yeah, he also gets taken down. He is known as Lobby, and he is back with the Lobby as well. That's an irony for him. But MABETEX Esports, after losing one more player, it's Gojo who is actually down to his knees. He's obviously going to get picked up because there's no question of a revival coming in before MABETEX Esports is trying their level best to be in the circle. But at the same point, BTR is having a lot of advantage for now, but MABETEX pushes forward. This could be Jace SSD getting picked off. Jace SSB also gets picked off, and there you go. Jace has been taken down. Creeper Man waiting patiently, gets spotted, and there you go. BTR survives, MABETEX survives. The two teams which are actually kind of, let's say, ironic. Because remember, the team which is actually at the top of the leaderboard is going to be MABETEX, and the team which is actually on the top of the second page of the leaderboard is BTR, stuck at the 9th position. Let's see, will BTR make their way in this first page? I believe it is going to be there, but I guess MABETEX, if they secure the chicken dinner, this will be a massive one. But 85 points already credited in their favor. It will be a fun match. It will be a fun leaderboard segment to go with. From the hindsight, there you go. Boy kill with a beautiful DBS shot through the smoke. He appoints him. Through the smoke, he takes him down. Desert will be the last one. It will be not the first time where he will come up with a 1v2, 1v3 to be honest. But I'm looking forward to see what will happen because Iron Sight is what he has got and that particular scenario of Desert. But let's see what will he be able to do. The sprays are coming in. He's trying to predict where the play could be. He's going to take his 7th frag, that's for sure. He's going to collect as many as vanishes as possible before going for a 1v2. What was that? Desert! What a beautiful elimination coming in. At least 8 finishes in his favor. What a way to go out of the equation. MABETEX secures another one in the favor. A beautiful chicken and a banger momentum coming in. What a match that was, guys. I was not expecting Desert to do that 1v3 to a team known as BTR. The Red Villains have been shut down. And yes, it is BTR who is going to be there at the 2nd position. But what a massive match. What a massive match for MABETEX.
I just need a moment to actually breathe and calm myself down. The way this 1v2 has been pulled off, man, oh man, we can actually call this a 1v3. The player was down to the ground, was actually knocked out. The first thing that Desert tried and went in was to eliminate that player completely. He already brought him so down that he was almost about to, just bleed off completely. On the other side, Desert had 2 more players right behind the vehicle itself. He just turned around. It was more like a 90-degree turn that he just took for himself. He took one player down and there was Molotov all around. The players were already on fire, which actually helped Desert. So one player went down. Coming to the left side of the vehicle, there was one more player right present there. Desert came up to the other side, went down for a few shots by a 1v1. He was able to take him down. He just went down, a prone shot came in, and that's how a 1v2 was converted. Oh my god! It was such a destruction by Desert. I mean, after having a good dinner, it's always said that a Desert makes it a complete full package. But here, the way this Desert has been performing, man, oh man, he's a crazy lad out there. I actually just took a minute to breathe, but I just cannot get myself out of the fact on what he has converted right now. Going up against a big name, once again, BTR, we've seen them going so aggressive. We have seen them dominating all around. But look at what has happened. Desert, 1,000 plus damage. That's 1,316 of damage. 8 eliminations, 8 knockouts. It's 345, 145 and 18 for all the 3 players. I mean, I'm not even sure if I should say this out loud, but all the heavy lifting that MAB has got themselves to this chicken dinner is just because of Desert, the last man standing.
I mean, we should not neglect the fact that he has got 8 knockouts as well along with the 8 eliminations. What a beautiful play MABETEX has got, and thanks to Desert, man. This is not the first time where Desert has proven himself and showcased why MABETEX is one of those teams who has been blessed by the player known as Desert. But on the hindsight, we'll talk about the teams to watch as well, because BTR, yeah, your glory, to be honest, surviving till the 2nd position is going to get diminished by the formation of MABETEX's Desert. But VOIN Esports, a commendable job from their corner. This was finally one of those matches where they were able to be in the top 4, which is again a good side. 7-9 also, before going out, they had 9 to 10 eliminations in their favor. So that means, I guess, the average amount of dissipation, average amount of that elimination that was required from a single match was already covered up by these guys. So it's a good thing for 7-9 to perform the way they did. But on the hindsight, we'll talk about MABETEX Esports a lot because of that 12 kilometers of a rotation. Not just that, with that, I guess they were able to get at least 12 finishes as well. So again, a 22-pointer bomber coming in, approximately 22-pointer bomber coming in from MABETEX Esports is obviously going to increase their position by a big buffer. MABETEX Esports, oh, actually that was 14 eliminations, so a total of 24 points. That's interesting. BTR, if they would have secured the chicken dinner, it would have been looking like basically somewhere around, let's say, 18 to 19 points. But yes,
Yeah.
MABETEX Esports took that chicken dinner from their hands, and MABETEX Esports is now the one team. And due to this formation, I believe Desert is also going to be one of the player whose name you will see in the top fraggers list as well. But VOIN Esports 11, Sim 9, 10 eliminations. That's good, but they were able to survive till the, let's say, top 6 frames. That's why just 1 position points. 11 points is what they're going to get in an overall scenario for this particular match. Aura with 7, DXAV with 6, Infinity with 4, same goes for T2K, BN United, and eventually for Taco even NB and STALWART, 3 points each. For MERICAL Vibes and IHC, 1 points each. NB Sports and DRS, don't know what is happening. One thing is clear, you weren't able to perform in this match.
Oh my god, the way this map of Miramar has turned out to be for all of us, I am yet in shock. I mean, 14 total kills is what, eliminations is what MABETEX Esports has right now, out of which, if I'm not wrong, 8 solo finishes is what Desert has on his name. I mean, oh my god, what a domination by this one specific player. 8 solo finishes is such a big ask, and we've been seeing so many players perform so good. Talking about Godless, I mean, from the sides of IHC, I believe, 1HC, I believe, he had this chance of converting a 1v3 out there, but it wasn't looking good. The way throwables have been used in this entire... Oh, so this is what exactly happened. Action tried to actually cook that grenade for his teammate, where it just went to that balcony corner, bounced back to him, and the nade was more of like, you cooked it and I am gonna take you down as well. So more or less, Action, I feel that's gonna be a bit sad for him to actually face a grenade he cooked for his enemies out there. But Aura as well, the way they've been performing, it's looking good, but at a point of time it all gets a bit messy and the players start to get denied for everything.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen a lot of trouble coming in for these players. For example, look at VOIN Esports. Keeperman had a very beautiful insight, but eventually, this is the map of Miramar. Yes, Sanhok is going to come up next. That is why I guess that brief moment of being a snake was there for us in this particular game. But before that happens, you can clearly see why Desert was able to eliminate the player. The only reason I believe why Desert went on elimination, on that elimination, to be honest, was because if that guy would have been still surviving, he would have been giving all the information from the back end, being knocked out, but still being effective by giving the information to his rest 2 teammates, which were live and trying to fight back in the game. So that information relay would have been very, very fatal for MABETEX Esports. But all in all, Desert played the timing very right, in a very right fashion, to be honest, and he's very close to having 100 points in their favor. I believe after the map of Sanhok, we will get to see our first team securing a century in the grand finale.
Oh,
that
yeah.
could be MABETEX Esports, and for now, it's a very big buffer between MABETEX and DXAV, because one single chicken dinner might not cover it up, because there is a buffer of 29 good points. In order to have that chunk in your favor, DXAV, they have to come up with at least 19 or 20 eliminations along with the chicken dinner in the next match, so that they can be the table topper. And only if MABETEX is going to go out, like, let's say, with 0 points, then situations will like that happen. But MERICAL Vibe, a decent jump, I believe. They were able to secure the second position, but for now, once again, they are going to drop down to the third one. BN United on the other corner with 61, T2K with 56. Let's talk about the second page as well. BTR with 42 points, considerable jump from the corner as well. STALWART Esports went out a bit early. Sim 9, despite of their efforts, they are not able to jump that much. But Infinity, 32 points. Same goes for even NB and IHC as well. DRS still 16 points. That's all. PLAYBOOK Esports unable to bless us with their presence today, but they are stuck at the 16th position with just 12 points.
Oh yeah, PLAYBOOK Esports down with 12 for themselves. I mean, BTR being an aggressive team, once again, I would say this, seeing them on the second side of overall standing is something I did not expect. But yeah, what I expect is Desert and the #1 in the top raggers. I mean, you have to expect that, right? The way he's been performing in the, not just in the previous match, but see, it's not about Desert just performing in one single match. He's been so consistent overall that he has been getting something or the other for his teammate. He has a KD of 2.63 right now with 21 eliminations and 8 assists to add on to. So it's actually looking good for him. We have for MV, it's just one player. So we have only 2 players from MAB. We have 1 from T2K. BN has 1 and 4MV has 1. But the players who are, from the second position to the 5th one, they need to be a bit scared right now, because any player performing the way Desert did in the previous match, it just can easily be them overtaking all of these. So all of these players, they need to be a bit careful before actually, calling in for a 1v1. I mean, A 1v3 is what we have witnessed. A 1v2 is what we have witnessed. A 1v4 with a DBS is what we have witnessed. So expect anything happening here, right?
I mean, this is the grand finals, and definitely expect the unexpected, to be honest, because things are changing very rapidly. Teams are trying to maybe showcase their balance in the leaderboard, but after a quick short break, we'll get to see what happens in that sneaky map where the heat battles might come in, because again, this is the grand finals, so everything, the strategy has to be there. But after a quick short break, we'll be back. One last match to go, guys, and it will be in the very interesting map of Sanhok, a 4v4 map, completely changing the dynamics of this particular game. Remember, guys, this is Lidoma Asia Presents SA versus SE Open Challenge. We have taken a long road, to be honest. 7 days have been passed, 3 in the quarterfinals, 3 in the semifinals, and today, I believe the second day of the grand finals is already running out. So, I'm definitely looking forward to see some momentum shifts coming in. And after that, 1v2, 1v3 coming in, whatever you want to call it out, by MEBETEX's Desert. Things have changed very rapidly, and apart from that, we have seen quite a few 1v4s as well, as Darshita said in the previous take that a devious 1v4 had been happened. NB Esports were very aggressive in the previous matchup as well, if you talk about the Erangel's map. So we have seen a lot of dynamic shifts coming on from a lot of teams, but the only team which has been consistent for now is going to be MEBETEX for me, because look at them, man. In just, I guess, let's say in 8 matches approximately, because 4 happened to yesterday and 4 happened today as well. In just 8 matches, 93 points on an average. It is more than the 10 points that usually has to be there if you really want to be consistent. So a very good play coming in from MEBETEX.
I mean, it's been them playing 9 matches, if I'm not wrong. And whenever we talk about consistency,
8.
it's okay, 8 to be very precise. 8 9 matches that they've been playing. Whenever we talk about consistency, it's not that if you're playing 5 matches back to back, you have to gain a victory in every match or just gain 20 15 points in every match. Even if you are gaining like 2 matches with 20 kills and 20 points in total, and then there are few matches like 2 matches where you aren't able to have your hands onto so much, and there's there 1 matches you're getting average points. I feel that's completely okay. And even if you sum up
Yeah,
of what MABETEX has been doing right now, they have what, 93 points, and even if you divide it, it's like 9 points each map, or 10 to 11 points
11 or
each
12
map.
points. Yeah, each
11
match.
or 12 points each map is what the average comes out to be. So I feel that's completely all right. So
Yeah.
MABETEX esports is actually looking so good. But now coming down to this map of Sanhok, I mean, Erangel and Miramar, we always keep talking about these maps being an 8x8 map and having a lot of space for players. But now when it comes down to Sanhok being a half of size of what Erangel and Miramar is, let's see how breathing space works for all these players, right?
But yeah, the trouble will be on, because remember, guys, the clashes will be there. And Saturday Esports is approaching the bootcamp region. Maybe IC is also going to drop down over there to come up with a clash. And if that happens, we are going to, I guess, be mesmerized with the aggression coming in from both the teams. Apart from that, BTR is also going to take a split drop, pretty close to bootcamp, but not there exactly. On the hindsight, if we talk about Paradise Resort, we do see a lot of clash over there as well. It's NB Esports, it's VOIN, it's DXavier, which might actually jump in that vicinity. T2K is going to take a completely shifted drop, where Mongnai or Tatmok regions like that are going to be the main concerned region. But talking about the circle, look at a very interesting circle coming in, because Aura Esports is for now in the center, in the heart of the circle. Maybe things are going to be fruitful for them, but we have a large clash going in just like, let's say, a bare minimum of compound of Finan, because we have BN United over there, we have BTR's one good player to backstab them, that's known as Boykill, and apart from that, we have 4 Medical Vibes and even NB Esports as well. Talking about even NB Esports, there another lineup, NB Esports is also here, and they're fighting against the team known as DXavier. It will be very interesting to see, but NB Esports, oh man, they have already lost their one good player. That's a very good opening coming in from DXavier, and if DXavier is able to conquer on it, remember guys, they will be able to get some initial frags, and that's exactly what happens. You're showing your back to the enemy, and they are going to just put you down, whatever the matter is.
Well, yes, that is going to be the case. But now it all starts with a lot of players going down, and now NB Esports is just left with one single player who is trying to go in for that revival. But will he be allowed to? DXavier being the aggressive one out there have already found so much, and now the locations have been compromised. Look at that one player trying to go in, gets denied. The first player goes down, the second one goes down as well. Will the third one go down? Yes, it does. It is almost a 1v4 that we are talking about. 2 kills already, 3 kills done and dusted. It all goes down to the last surviving player. Oh my god, DXavier, why would you do that? It's not about one player getting denied, but 3 back-to-back players. No way, that could have been 1v4 with that TBS once again. But things are not stopping there. We have 3 more teams fighting it out in a different vicinity. Look at that, 4MV, A1 and B Esports as well. And near to them, I do feel a lot of players all around. So it's going to be a bit messed up, to be very honest. In the initial stages itself, it all starts with IHC on the different compound is having a fight with BTR onto their own. So bootcamp is definitely going to be someone's home. Now, will it be IHC or BTR? That's still a question.
I do feel like that STALWART Esports can actually have the end game in their favor, because every now and then from the start of this particular meta of having bootcamp in the official tournaments, we have seen STALWART Esports dominating it, and IHC dropping in the vicinity where they're not, like, let's say, that amplified. I believe IHC could be getting taken down pretty soon. On the hindsight, if we talk about the positioning of IHC in the leaderboard, that's just way too fatal to be honest, because 14th position, we don't want to see that. On the hindsight, BN United in Sem 9, they're also fighting back. MABETEX and Sem 9 are fighting for now, and it does feel like that MABETEX Esports is going to take up a trade. Sketch also gets picked off. Well, he was able to take down Porsche, but before that happens, before the complete elimination could have come in, other intelligent came in. Oh, that's a canted side being utilized. We know that the sprays are not going to be that precise if you use it, and that's exactly what happened. Mikhail now becomes the last man standing with the approach of an M416. Along with that, he has got the MP45 as well. I don't think so it's going to be that effective when it comes to the battle between MABETEX, and MABETEX might just be able to secure more and more finishes. That's what they really need at this point. As sees, Alex has been picked up by top. There you go. The initial momentum that we needed is actually going to come in. Xavier on the other corner also gets picked up. MABETEX. Oh, what was that? Gojo is actually caught off guard in a very open spot. Mikhail is trying to find an angle, but eventually gets rid off as well. So MABETEX, yes, they will survive with 93 amazing points in the previous matchup, in the past 8 matches. And for now, in this match, they've already secured 4 amazing eliminations. That means a total of 97 points. Pretty close to a century, but STALWART Esports also gets retaliated with the aggression coming in from IHC. Oh man, MERICAL vibes. Well, their competition is just not looking that good. Baron will be the last one, coming up with a barrel. That's an ironic fight coming in, but let's see, will he be able to prove fruitful? Yes, he is indeed fruitful, survives, and 3 good eliminations are going to come in. That's fine and for you.
Wait, one player from BN that's gonna be break. He took down his own teammate Porsche with that nade. Ouch. What is happening today? I mean, why are so many players taking down their own teammates? This is going to be a lot of panic situation that we are witnessing. But yet again, it's going to be so difficult for all of these players to actually, capitalize over all of this happening. STALWART Esports on the other side is just left down with one remaining player, and IHC is actually dominating this entire thing. Tops has managed to find one onto his name, but will he be able to find more before he goes down? Now his location gets compromised as well, and now Tops needs to be a bit at a safer position because he's been surrounded with enemies all around, and anywhere he tries to go, he gets denied, and that's what is exactly happening. Zeol finds him, shuts him down, and that's going to be STALWART Esports getting eliminated. Yeah.
And that too with a 1v4, I believe, Darshita, because Zeol was the one with the DVS who already had secured 3 eliminations.
Exactly.
We'll talk about that, but before that, look at T2K. I mean, this phrase, man, what a precise way to put an end to NB Esports' rampage in the regions of Paradise Resort. Because if you guys remember, initially NB Esports was able to dominate in front of Xavier, and for now, things are changing very rapidly. Another 1v1 comes to play. XMPL was able to take down the second last player of Team NB Esports. With that, Sekujin also gets taken down. It's all about Mondo. He's the only hope, and he's one of the best player when you really want to go for an aggressive attempt. Oh, the flashbang goes in. The nade is going to be a close one with that DBS. Will he be able to find the player? Well, he was about to, but eventually drops down. And beyond that, it was XMPL once again tracing him down. And Rig was there with... Oh, XMPL also did a 1v4? What is happening? Is this a tournament or a 1v4 battle arena?
Oh my god! The way this map of Sanhok is turning out to be... No way! One more 1v4... Oh. Aura? Wait, what? Look at Hands for you and look at his positioning, man. Look at where he is right now. So, if you are planning to cross this bridge, my friend, please do not. Because, you know what? Aura Hands for you is going to have his hands in you. And that is something you won't like at all. BTR. Wait, why? Why is everyone onto that bridge? I was talking about Aura a while ago and I see BTR with the same positioning once again. Raider? What's happening in Sanhok?
They're trying to camp out, but eventually we all know that even if a small pixel comes in, it will change. Yeah.
I'm not even, camping or playing a safer game is a complete different thing. But when it comes down to, a specific thing happening back and forth once again, I mean, to start things off, we witnessed a 1v4. And it was a nice way to actually, capitalize over it. But then 1v4 happened. Now we saw a player onto that bridge. Now we are seeing one more player. I mean, repetitive of things again and again, here and there, left and right. Sanhok is just turning out to be so fun for, all the viewers that we have. But hey, viewers, if you are liking it, make sure to like, share, and subscribe as well. Also, if you're supporting your favorite team out here, to support your favorite team, do not forget to spam their name in the chats because it's going to give them a lot of motivation to, actually come up on the top. But for now, Infinity, 0 frags is what they have. Erangel, Miramar, we've seen them going up against a lot of teams. But now, when it comes down to Sanhok, it's a bit safer for them in the start itself.
Well, it does feel like that the teams which are still surviving in the game are going to have a long run in this particular matchup, because I don't see a tendency of even a single team to just go ahead and slam or maybe check out every single compound where the teams are and then eventually confront that particular team, because this is just the first play zone which is going to get shrunken down. We are left with 8 more play zones to go with, because we know that the 9th play zone is the last one play zone. But in order to go to the 9th play zone, I believe the heal battle is something which can happen. But to be frank, I don't think so. A heal battle approach is going to be there from a lot of teams. It could be one of those players who is left with the only man standing. Maybe that particular player can actually come up with it. But what is happening to MERICAL vibes? A complete momentum shift is there right now. They are being very passive. Look at them. They're just screening every single vicinity that they have got covered up in the Painan region. If somebody comes close to them, they're going to shut them down. It could be possibly VOIN, it could be possibly DRS, but DRS is already further deep down into the circle. I don't think so. DRS is going to move back to the Painan region. It could be VOIN Esports which is going to approach, and whenever they do that, they are obviously going to get picked off. But Paradise is out on the hindsight. We have got a very beautiful insight on how Rig and XMPL can perform. But remember, guys, XMPL with 4 good eliminations after taking on the whole team of NB Esports, he is just way too confident. But yes, that confidence can turn out into the overconfident scenario if the plays are not right, if the zone placement is not going to be that adequate. Obviously, the eliminations could be coming in. But before that happens, T2K is already ready with the utils that they really want to converge into a long game. And if T2K secures the chicken dinner in this particular matchup before going out of the day number 2 of the grand finale, they will have at least top 3 positions in their favor, because there's no looking back for now. VOIN is already looking forward to have the jump. Aura is there, PTR is there, and if any of these teams secures a chicken dinner, that will be a massive jump, and they will secure at least top 5 positions.
Oh, talking about top 5. BTR, I mean, yeah, they can spot out the players of MAB right now. Desert the way he's been trying to go further. Look at that. Look at that. Boy has the best of that angle, and he can actually capitalize over this entire situation. The way he's been holding off those positioning, it is just looking so good. But again, they need to make sure that it's going to be a mid-range or a long-range fight that they are talking about. So once they put a player down to the ground, they'll actually need to decide on what is next. Will they be pushing their enemies? Will they be holding off back? Or a lot of thoughts that comes into their minds for now. But again, now as we started off with a lot of fights all around, it's all going so calm. I mean, look, there are a few bullets getting exchanged, there are a few shots being exchanged, but at the same time, there's no conversion happening. There's no close vicinity fights happening. Now, this can be one between Infinity and team MABETEX. Who will come up on the top is the question. There's one river in between both of them. What a body between both of them that is just pairing them apart. But Godless for now is being spotted. Is being getting hit from a lot of angles out there. Okay, Wally will be the one trying to take him down. But there goes a grenade from both of these angles. Wally, what will be his plan? A close range grenade that is good for... Godless! As they goes boom onto his enemies, and that's how Wally will be going down to his knees, and that's where there's going to be one player completely eliminated. Infinity, Map, and IHC. Now, here the biggest problem is for the sides of team MABETEX Esports, because it's them fighting on both of these angles, where both of these teams have a good view on what MABETEX is doing. So, the chances of MABETEX surviving out of this fight, Raider, is only when retaliate or discontinue out of this fight, or else it's done for them.
Yeah, I mean, they have to back out. If they are not going to back out from the scenario, they are definitely going to get sandwiched. And I do believe ILC is also going to have a tough time, because they are up on the ridge. And in order to be back in the circuit, be back in the lower grounds, they have to rotate back. They have to either get some good covers of a vehicle or a boulder, or some smokes have to be cooked up so that they can be there in the downwards A region. But apart from that, BTR is also there. We have a 4th party also coming in. Look at BTR. And obviously, whenever they spot the player, they're going to shoot at least 1 or 2 bullets on them, so that they can create that mental pressure, despite of the fact they might not find that elimination even after getting a knockout, which is again a very lucky thing to do. But I feel like that the control is still going to be a bit more favorable for players of BTR, because they have an insight where the teams could be and how far the eliminations are going to come in. But from the backends, we have DRS also pushing forward, and Lepar is just going to be completely off guard. When nade goes in, maybe he's going to find some damage. Oh yeah, the damage was there, but not enough to completely shut down the player. It was there. He's going to completely back out, or maybe wait for his teammates to come up with a cover, and that's exactly what he's waiting on. Look at that. Lepar trying to fall back a bit, but at the same point, still make a statement by putting some nades and putting some bullets onto the players.
Oh, well, yes, definitely that's going to be the case for now. But BTR, boy, I mean, salute to this player, first of all. Ain't nobody here holding one position for so long, but look at BTR and their positioning. It's just them holding it for such a long period of time. I mean, in the start itself, you're talking about the same, right? This player holding this location for such a long time, and he's still up there with the same locality for himself. But to start things off, BIGETRON, BTR, they need to have a chicken dinner here to actually gain an advantage over the point. And to begin this fight, they'll be going in for some good nades, for some mollies here and there, which is going to put the team right in front into a lot more of problem. There's 2 players, and look at how defensive they are trying to go. Look at how much they are trying to actually get and dodge all these. But T2K, well, for them, it's not always necessary to have a vehicle. It's not always necessary to have a weapon, but vehicle is also enough. But BTR from behind is going to be decided. KKR taking them down. And it goes down to Canary being completely eliminated. T2K got a vehicle elimination as well. BTR got a revenge as well. They eliminated one of those players and punished them so hard that all of these two players have been pushed back. DRS is what we have on the sides right now. But on the other sides, we have 4MV as well, which means 3 teams again right next to corner. Neck to neck is what this fight is all about. But T2K up with 5 finishes. I mean, a 1v4 is what we witnessed a while ago, and now they are going in for a direct slam in where XMPL will be the first player to go down once again with that DBS. Now it's all down to remaining 3 players. VOIN is what they have onto their targets right now, but 4MB is also coming up. They are shutting down the players of DRS at the same time. VOIN trying to be a bit aggressive this time. Will they be able to shut down T2K? One more player goes down. It's all down to the left 2 remaining players from the sides of T2K to shut down VOIN, or they get eliminated from here on. T2K into a lot of pressure right now. One player from VOIN is eliminated. One is down to the ground, but T2K, they are back-to-back losing players, which is not looking good for them, Raider. Oh no, one more. DBS is what he has, and he's trying to go in for that connection, but gets denied and said, T2K, you called for this fight. You get eliminated out here, and that's what it is about that one specific fight. But for the sides of BTR and 4MB, it's not yet done.
Well, yeah, definitely the eliminations are not yet happening for BTR as well, because yes, Ken has been taken down, Ken RV has been picked up, but the other 3 players are still surviving in the game, and I do feel like that 4 Medical Vibes might be able to have the advantage in their favor. Yes, of course, they could few good players have been taken down. It's Apex, who was missing from the start of this day, but now finally he was back in the game. Unfortunately, he is not going to be the last one to survive, to be honest. Baron is going to be the last one for 4 Michael Vibes who is still surviving in the game, but MABETEX, they have to be taken down. If MABETEX survives till the end, remember guys, not just a 100 point is going to be there credited in their favor, but apart from that, they are obviously going to, let's say, improve the buffer that was there between them and some other teams like DXZ, where BN United and 4 Michael Vibes as well. For 4 Miracle Vibes, I believe they're going to get taken down pretty soon. Lepar on the other corner is going to be the guy who is trying to fall back, but he gets spotted. He's going to get damaged. Oh, a knockout could be coming in, and there you go. The knockout comes in, but not from the team of 4 Michael Vibes. It is DRS who is getting the knockouts for now. And it does feel like that DRS is just going to have the end game in their favor a lot. But IHC Godless gets picked off as well. IHC is also struggling. BTR is also struggling with 2 good losses of their own blood. But man, let's see what he can do. Man is there. He's got an insight where the play could be, but he's still not being very pushy because he knows if he pushes a lot, he might just get taken down. So for now, he's going to play a very passive role and maybe survive till the end. But before that happens, Lepar gets picked off. Apart from that, Lobby also gets picked off from Infinity by the players of MABETEX Esports. That's Desert for you once again, trying to outshine every single player that is there in the game. But yep, being in the top 4 is something which is obviously going to bless out and maybe get you some good opportunities in the favor. But Medical Vibes have to actually survive till the end if they really want to gain some beautiful buffer that they had yesterday as well. Remember, Team 4 Medical Vibes was the one which was on the leaderboard's topmost list when we talk about the day number 1, but in day number 2, all they are going to get is just the 2nd position. It does feel like that there will be a huge buffer between MABETEX and Miracle Vibes when it comes to the end game. But before that happens, Infinity is already in a trouble. Shirty will not get a revival, that's for sure. And there you go, MABETEX finds their 5th.
5 kills already, 5 frags already onto the team. Oh well, make it a 6-1 for now, which means, ladies and gentlemen, MABETEX becomes the very first team out here to gain those triple digits for themselves in the 2nd day of Grand Finals. Oh, BTR? What? What did I just witness on my screens right now? BTR being so dominant, Infinity. Now it's all down to one remaining player, and that's gonna be him inside those vicinity, inside those closed wall. But for how long? Because you see, whenever you try to see a player inside the closed wall, you try to go in for a lot of throwables. He's been seeing himself set up on fire completely. He couldn't just do anything, gets denied, and that's gonna be a domination for the sides of Team MAB. MABETEX looking just so good today, so aggressive, so dominant, and so good on whatever they are doing for now. But BTR, they need to make their way inside the play zone as well. He does have 12 health kits to actually, patch himself up and go for that heal battle. But stage 4 is definitely not the stage he'll trying to, actually go in for that heal battle. There's a lot more that is gonna come up your way. Aura Esports on the other sides, they are up with the enemies all around, and the enemies are gonna be no other than IHC and VOIN as well. Demo has been shut down to his ground, has been put down to his ground already. But IHC, Zeol, look at what he is doing. He is in those water bodies trying to be a bit safer and trying to go in for a safest position that he can, so that he could make out of that position and actually shut down his enemies. Now, the chances of Demo surviving out of the situation is just next to impossible, because he's been bleeding out so much, and even if you come in to try and go in for that revival, I guess there's one player right from Aura present there. Two players behind that stone itself. It's going to be very difficult for the sides of MABETEX. Do they have an idea? Do they have any idea about the sides of Team Aura Esports holding that position? BTR, they do get eliminated, but MABETEX now, after this domination, it's just looking so difficult. IHC, they caught him off guard, but there's been a lot of sprays coming onto their ways. Now that they are at a safer side, they can actually patch themselves up and take one player down from the sides of IHC, but will they be able to do that? Zeol, the way he's been swimming, will they be able to actually do that? IHC, they jump from behind, giving a surprise to Gojo, but there's going to be one player right behind him for cover fire, which will shut down IHC. Not the best of that decision that the player took right there. And that's MABETEX getting eliminated as well. No way, we are up with 3 teams already, and that's going to be 4MV, VOIN and Aura, and the highest probability chances of any team getting a chicken dinner out of this situation, it has to be Aura with the numbers that they do have for themselves, Raider.
Yeah. But I guess the numbers are just going to get countered, because outside the circle we have Hands for You, who has been taken down. DO3 is already there. Snape is going to be there. Apart from that, if we talk about VOIN Esports, they definitely have got the Centric POI in their favor, and all the other things like for MERICAL vibes are not going to turn out like, let's say, way more easier. They might actually secure the second position points. That's all they're going to get. Apart from the 5 amazing eliminations they have already secured. So that's a very good win-win situation for MERICAL vibes as well. And before going out, MABETEX also did the heavy lifting of securing, like, let's say, approximately 105 points in their favor, which was again a massive jump coming in. But Aura Esports, the way they are trying to be back in the circle is just something which is iconic. Pompey, look at him, pretty close to VOIN Esports, and VOIN Esports does not have even a single idea at this point that the enemy has breached their formation and also pretty close to them. I would love to see what kind of end is going to be there, but DO3, look at them, still trying to struggle, still trying to figure out where the enemy could be. Zaya on the other corner is also going to be there in a very close by vicinity. We have Jace also as well, pretty close to their own angles. We have Keep Riman trying to survive, Keep Riman trying to get the output at this point. But I do feel like that maybe Aura Esports is going to have the end game in their favor because of their angles that they've got. Because VOIN Esports, pretty soon when the circle will shift, they have to push a bit more towards Aura Esports. And at that point, things will be a bit more favorable for Aura Esports because of the covers that they've already got and the different angles they're already exploring. I'm looking forward to see where the 7th laser is going to go, because that will redirect every single advantage that might come in. And Baron from the back end finds one. It's Snape who has been taken down. Obviously, the elimination could be coming in, but before that happens, VOIN finds him out. And now things will change very drastically. I don't know who is going to get the elimination out of it, but I feel like that, yes, the elimination will be coming in the hands of 4 MERICAL vibes. So I thought for a moment that 4 MERICAL vibes might survive till the top 2 positions, but no, they went out way too early at the 3rd position with just 5 position points, and apart from that, 6 amazing eliminations is obviously going to be an added bonus, which will in turn make them pretty close to the 74 points marker that they were trying to come up with. But on one side, Pompire and Aura DO3, these are the only 2 guys which are still surviving, and Jace, they have to now approach in the circle, because remember guys, the circle is still a bit more favorable for Pompa.
Oh well, yes, the circle a while ago was in the favors of Team VOIN, but now it is put in the hands of Team Aura Esports. Now, one player is right outside the circle itself, but Aura Esports 003, now he is the player who can be into a lot of difficulties out here. Tries to go in for a grenade. Will he get any connection? For now, the answer is no. At the same time, his teammate is being denied already, so it all goes down to Aura Esports, and the last surviving player, he couldn't do anything before going off, and that is VOIN coming up on the top itself, ladies and gentlemen. To end things off today, we have VOIN taking the last winner chicken dinner.
Yeah. Definitely, I believe a commendable job done and dusted from the particular teams. VOIN Esports would have play from the corner if I talk about Aura as well. Quite an interesting play, to be honest. But for MERICAL vibes, he struggled a lot. He tried to come up with the heal battle, but after that, whenever he spotted the guy from Aura Esports, he tried to spray him down. And Hands for You was a member who received that shot onto his back, and eventually he got taken down. That finish was there for Aura for MERICAL vibes, but I believe a bit more of a passive battle could have favored Aura Esports a lot, and also for MERICAL vibes a lot. But at the end, the deal is done. The match is pretty much over. The second day of the grand finale is pretty much over. But before going out of the equation, we will get to see what kind of impact is there in the match standing, in the leaderboard standing as well. Because at the end, it really matters who are the top 5 teams in the leaderboard, because that is the particular bracket of teams, set of teams who are going to get some kind of prize pool or some chunk of the $1,500 that is there as the stake of this particular tournament. Apart from that, the $50 for the MVP is also going to be very, very important. So after see who is the top fragger, it could be Desert for now as well because of the performance from the past 2 matches. He was very consistent, but at the same point, things changed drastically in this particular match for MABETEX esports as well. Kudos to their formation from 93 points to 105. That means 12 points of a jump was there for MABETEX. Still not enough. Really wanted to see a chicken dinner as well in this game, but yes, a chicken dinner coming in from some different faces. For example, VOIN was also very, very interesting.
Yep, it definitely was. I mean, look at all these players going up 3 eliminations, 2, 2, and 0 for one of the players. I feel Max was a good, Max was in up with supporting his team a lot this time. And to all these 3 remaining players, they've did a great job. 367 of total damage. What Jasib has for onto his name, Freeman with 216 and Zay with 177. But again, the fact on how much total points have they received in return of this chicken dinner is what is going to matter a lot, because again, 25 bombers, 20 bombers. 20 is like an average score that we keep on seeing or that keeps on happening again and again. But it all goes down to 25, 26, and 27 bomber that, we keep talking about. A team going so aggressive, getting 15 frags, 16, 17 frags out of their name, and then 10 in return as the, chicken dinner advantage. But okay, these 2 faces were missing. I mean, for Zai and Max, I feel these 2 faces were missing. But we now can able to see 3 of these amazing players. But overall, once again, team to watch out for, it's going to be VOIN, MABETEX, 4M, and it's going to be IHC. MABETEX, right from the start itself, has been so consistent. They definitely got eliminated at an early phase in this map. But again, as said, the triple digit is something they've already got themselves into, and they become the very first team to have those triple digits for themselves. So again, MABETEX is definitely a team you need to look out for. And every time we have MABETEX with such a great amount of throws used, 11 is what they are on to right now. For VOIN, it's 20. For 4MV, it's 3. And for IHC, it's going to be 7 for now.
Yeah, I see. 7 good throwables from the corner, but eventually not that effective because they went out way too early. So yeah, that is another thing to consider. But in the match rankings of this match number 9 of the grand finals, we have VOIN esports with 17 good points and a chicken dinner as well. Along with that, if we talk about MABETEX esports, 12 points from their corner as well, went out way too early at the 5th position. Fifth position to be precise, but still having 12 amazing points is something of a statement. MERICAL Vibes 11 points, IHC 10, Aura Esports with 8, BTR with 7 points, T2K with 5, DRS with 4, same goes for NB Esports along with BN United. Infinity went out way too early with just 2 points, 1 for elimination, 1 for Posey. And if we talk about the STALWART Esports, again, just 1 elimination, that's all they have secured. Sem9, even NB, D Xavier, nothing fruitful from the corner in this particular matchup, although they were trying to be very, very effective. But at the end, let's talk about the overall standing. We have MABETEX esports with 105 points, massive jump, and eventually MERICAL Vibes have to get at least, let's say, somewhere around 31 points to reach out to the level where MABETEX is still sitting for now. So that's a massive buffer. PN United 65, VOIN esports 64, same goes for the Xavier as well. T2K esports 61, Aura esports 52 points, NB esports pretty close to 50, and they have already secured the half century. That's a good thing. But remember, guys, there is already a team which is there with the triple digits, so there has to be a massive jump from teams like NB esports in order to reach out to the first place.
I mean, look at the difference between in the first page itself. 55 points of difference in the first page. So it's going to be very difficult for all these teams to make a comeback in the upcoming 3 days. They need to be very, very quick. BTR with 49, IHC with 42, STALWART Esports. I mean, in the previous match, all that they could secure was 1 single point. Sem9 with 35, Infinity with 34, A1 and B with 32, DRS with 20, and again, PLAYBOOK Esports down with 12 into their names. But here's the thing, right? As these days come up, as these days keep on passing, we just get one step further to getting those champions of this SA versus SEA Open Challenge, which means that it's going to be very, very difficult. As said, there's going to be a lot of changes in the top fraggers as well, but for now, We have Desert, the hashtag one position with 23 elimination, East with 18, Volley with 16. We have three players from MAB. That's going to be MABETEX Esports, got three of their players in the top fraggers list itself. So the team fighting up against enemies is one thing, but the team fighting, I mean, that's not going to be a real fight amongst the player. But when it comes down to top fraggers, the hashtag one fight is going to be still on between these players inside MAB itself. We have one for 4MV and we have one from T2K. But soon, the way MABETEX has been performing, I'm really scared for these both players from the sides of T2K and 4MV, as they might just get taken down or get dethroned out of the position that they are holding right now, Raider.
Well, indeed, we have seen these teams performing exceptionally well, and I do believe that Desert, the placement that he has got in the top rankings, and along with the whole team who has actually secured that amazing place in the particular leaderboard, is so amazing. And talking about MABETEX Esports, what a play, man! Desert is there at the first position, Volley is there at the third. Zero is also there, just missing on one more member from MABETEX Esports. If they are also making their way in the top 5, look at that. It will not look like a top 5 fragger list. It will be basically a poster reveal for the lineup of MABETEX Esports, to be honest. So that is the kind of destination these guys are trying to come up with. Apart from being the champion, or maybe let's say trying to be in the champion, they're also trying to become the top fragger as well, which is again a very good side to watch out, because $750 is there for the champion. Apart from that, $50 for the individual guy who is going to become the top fragger is going to be there. But in order to, I guess, attain that level, MABETEX has to be very, very consistent in the upcoming 2 days as well, because 11 more matches. Eventually, if we consider the past 4 matches in the day number 1 and 5 matches for today, 9 matches have already wrapped up, and in 9 matches, 105, that's a very good average coming in. Because talking about the current point system, we have to remember, guys, getting at least 10 points is something which is actually a very good average. But yes, guys, for now we are going to take a leave. We'll be seeing you tomorrow at the same time. And also the logo switch are going to be there, so make sure to subscribe and follow us on both Loco and YT. Kind of, let's say, it is very, very important if you really want to not miss any single action coming in. But for now, guys, we'll take a leave. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. Till then, guys, bye bye, peace out. Thank you for joining us.